I was living alone in an apartment for over a year. I slept alone every night in my bedroom, until one night changed everything for me. I woke up from sleep in the middle of the night and locked to the door. Standing in the doorway was a pale figure with shoulder-length hair and very long fingernails. It approached my bedside, seemingly floating. I locked eyes with it, and its eyes were similar to black voids. I was entranced. My right arm seemed to lift automatically, and I felt a poke in the centre of my right hand. My arm lowered back down to the bed. After a moment or two, my right arm lifted a second time, and again I felt a poke in the centre of my right hand. My arm lowered, and I was still looking into the eyes of this figure when I heard the words, "I've never had one like you before." Upon hearing this seemingly in my mind, my right arm lifted again, and for the third time, I felt a poke in the centre of my right hand. I blacked out soon after this, but that encounter seemed to last so long, and yet happened so quickly. It was like an encounter outside of time, and all very intuitive. In the nights that followed, I would have vivid dreams, and I could feel the sense of touch in all my dreams. I spoke at the end of a very symbolic dream, and the entire dream collapsed in on itself. These dreams were very emotional and caused forms of trauma. I could even feel pain in the dreams, and the dream that got me to stop sleeping at night was one in which I was getting stabbed in the chest and could feel all the pain. This gave me PTSD, and I started staying up all night, only sleeping when the sun came up, and usually in the living room. I don't fully understand what happened, and that's why I'm posting for answers or information. Although I have strong feelings of subconsciously knowing and understanding. This happened about 4 years ago, and the conclusions I have come to is that it was Satan, or a jinn of some kind. After learning about jinn, this seems the most likely to me. I began reading the Bible and praying to Jesus once I moved from that apartment, and I haven't been visited or touched directly since doing that, though I have seen other entities since then. I also have more stories from my time in that apartment, but this experience stands out as my most intense, direct, and life-changing. For context, I live in a farmhouse on a plot of land that has been passed down through the family for 3 generations. The farm consists of a barn, a garage, and the refurbished house. The barn is 3 stories tall, with 1 main room and 2 small stalls on the side. Above the stalls is the loft and mow area. It takes a ladder to get up there, but as a child, I'd climb up the stall doors. One day, my brother and I were walking by the barn door to get to the wood pile. We heard a very faint sound of a train whistle. Confused, we went into the barn where the sound got louder. It sounded like the topical woot woot of a train. It was coming from the mow. We climbed up and located the sound under a tall pile of old boards. Digging through, the sound got louder and louder. That's when we discovered a wooden crate full of old trains that my dad later explained belonged to my grandpa. He had died on the property and loved trains while he was alive. As soon as we went to take the cover off the crate, the sound stopped. We looked over the trains. They were from way before small batteries existed, when you used to plug the set into a power source and the rails had little conductors that kept the train going. There was no way they could have come on without power. We weren't scared. We knew it was Grandpa coming to visit. It brought us both a warm and comforting feeling. Thanks for visiting, Grandpa. I grew up in South San Jose, California. Just your typical 2000s kid. Growing up in the Hellier area, pretty sure most people from the Bay Area will be familiar with South San Jose. Growing up, I would regularly go to Happy Donuts with the same friends I've known since kindergarten. I have 2 brothers, one older and one younger. I'm currently 20 years old, with my older sibling being 29 and my younger 14. I remember when I was 14, my older brother telling me about a haunted road called San Felipe south of where I lived. I believe 10 to 15 minutes from my house. It was a long, empty, soulless road that went on for 30 minutes with no signal and a couple of dead ranchers on the side of the road. At the time, my brother was 21. He was young and loved exploring our town. One day, he decided to go on a small run down San Felipe. He had always told me scary stories about it, so I freaked out when he asked if I wanted to tag along with him and his friends. Me, being the scared kid, said no. I'd rather stay home and play Xbox with my friends. My cousin, who was a really close member of a church in Modesto, was visiting for the weekend. He was persistent of going there with my brother and his friends, but my mom didn't let him. Anyways, about an hour and a half later, my brother comes in with his friends spooked about what had just happened. Oscar, who was my brother's best friend, came in shivering and crying about what he had just seen. La monja, the nun. He told my mom after we worried about what he had witnessed. La mire a un lado de la carretera. She was hitchhiking on the side of the road. He explained he saw the nun and that she waved at him. My cousin told us to step aside and he was going to perform a prayer to Oscar, grabbing Oscar by the head. Dan started praying. Suddenly our power generator stutters, causing our lighter to flicker, and our walls start cracking and shaking. We all look at each other, shocked at what just happened. Oscar starts crying and goes home without saying a word. We contact the mother about the incident. As the weeks pass, Oscar's taken to various priests and churches in the Bay Area, like Alum Rock and Cathedral. Let me know if you guys want to hear the rest. Part 2. It took Oscar roughly 2 months to fully recover. He went from nightmare to nightmare about what had happened, until he finally managed to see a therapist where they told him he might have been hallucinating and they gave him sleeping pills. That managed to calm him down. A couple of years later, and I'm still thinking about the strange phenomenon that had occurred back in my early teen years. On the 11th of April 2021, we were at a local In-N-Out restaurant. It was my girlfriend, my cousin, and some friends that tagged along, so about 6 or 7 of us. We were sitting down at the diner table, chatting about old times and cars. Daniel, my religious cousin, brought up the time that Oscar got possessed in San Felipe. We started getting more deep into the conversation, until I decided to say, "Vámonos a ver qué hay por allá," meaning let's go see what's going on over at San Felipe. It was about 7 p.m, a hot day with a sunset. I thought it was a good day to go explore. The last time I visited San Felipe was early in January, but for some reason, as soon as we were on the road entering San Felipe Road, our tyre popped and there was no signal. Thanks to a biker, I got my older brother to come rescue us with a spare. Before I continue, San Felipe is known because of a Christian school that's up in the mountain back in the 1900s, where a nun had shot and killed 8 students. There's many articles where driving up that mountain, serious handprints appear on your car, alongside crazy sightings of nuns and sounds of crying kids. So anyway, me and my friends decided to go explore that day. As soon as we got to the entrance, there's a sign that says, "No signal for 20 miles. You are now approaching San Felipe." As we drive in, we're 10 minutes in deep, when we see a house with a light on the side of the road. We pull over surprised, remembering there's no running water or light in the abandoned houses on the side of the road. We approached the house and went inside. There was this really foul smell coming from inside the house, as if a candle was lit recently. There were many leaves and broken glass on the floor alongside dead birds and mice. The house wasn't so big. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house with a half kitchen and half living room. My friend Edgar grabbed a rock and broke the light bulb that was on from a distance. "But I won't hit that light from here," he yelled. "You won't be a homeboy," I yelled back. He managed to hit the bulb and break it. Edgar was always the troublesome friend who loved to break things. He also broke the remaining windows with a slingshot he found in one of the rooms, along with some old glass photos of some kids that seemed to be about 70 years old. There was a calendar from 1967 in the kitchen wall, which I took home along with a notebook with some writing in it. I took it home to read it and possibly find out about the roads past. "Let's get out of here. There's nothing much going on," said Dan. "Alright, let's head out to the car," I responded. That's when the first bad thing happened. The battery on my friend's 97 BMW E36 died. "You gotta be kidding," said Edgar. "Ooh, that was a ghost," gasped my other friend Marcus. Luckily, I had jumper cables in my car to back up the situation. We jump-started the car and resumed our journey, until we got to an old abandoned barn. That's when things took a twist. We pulled over and went inside. "I'm not going in there," said Dan. "I'll wait in the car." "Quit being such a puss," responded Edgar. My girlfriend and her cousin also stayed back, so only me, Edgar and Marcos went inside there. It was that really foul smell again of bleach and dead animal. Inside the barn, there were 2 dead cats with 2 big bite marks on them. "Damn coyotes," murmured Marcos. "Tell me about it. Look over here," I responded. It was a dead baby cow with so many flies over it. Based on the looks, it seemed the cow had died because they had tortured it. It had no eyes, and someone chopped off the nose. There was a lot of graffiti and devil worship starts on the floor. There was a lot of what seemed to be bloodstains on top of a table, and old candles on the floor. My phone started to ring with a weird number that said unknown. Reminder, there is no signal in this place. I have no idea how this happened to this day. And no, this is not bullshit. I answered, and it was a weird radio wave that sounded like an old record player. "I'm out of here," I said. I got so many chills, and my heart dropped to the floor. "Let's head back home," I told the boys. I didn't tell Dan or my girlfriend of what had just happened. We kept it to ourselves. Before we got in the car, me, Marcos and Edgar looked at each other and said, "We're not coming back." "Edgar," I yelled, "your nose was bleeding, bro." "Huh?" he murmured. "Here, I have some napkins from my in-and-out car," I said. I rushed to get them, and by the time I came back out, the bleeding had stopped. "I guess I got some allergies and scratched my nose too hard," he said. My girlfriend and her cousin were recording some TikToks outside the barn, so I told them, "Let's go, guys. We're going home." "Finally," said Dan, "I feel really uncomfortable being here." On the way back home, we passed by the house we had trashed and broke the light bulb of. Except this time it was different. We saw her. What we thought was a myth was true, and I promise you guys it's something we should not be making jokes of or playing around with. We saw her. I still have a clear image of her in my head. We saw her from a distance of maybe 100 feet away. She had a black robe on over her head, a pale white face with a black smile. She was fixing the light bulb. It was unbelievable. In the glimpse of an eye, we all witnessed what Oscar had seen that day. We were going about 60 miles an hour, but we saw her in the house. Dan yelled out of his lungs as he started sweating. His blood pressure seemed to have gone down. I drove faster and tossed him my pink lemonade I had from the In-N-Out so he could calm down. As soon as we took the exit that said you were now leaving San Felipe, I took a deep breath, a gasp of fresh air. My house is like 10 minutes from San Felipe, so as soon as we got to the house, we all got out and started chatting about what had happened. We all saw the nun. There were so many handprints on our cars. We came to the conclusion she lived in that house we trashed. There's not really much to explain, besides the things that occurred to us after taking the book and calendar from the house. None of our friends could sleep. We had constant nightmares, but we promised to keep it to ourselves. It's been about 6 months since it happened. I still have the calendar and the book. We plan on going back, and Dan wants to pray inside the house to see what possible things could happen. Also, to put back the things we took from the house. So last night, I went to sleep and fell asleep at 10:30 like usual. I was tired and drained from an exhausting day. I started having this weird dream. I was at this mountain palace with every family member I know, alongside with people I've never met before. We were having some sort of religious ceremony with candles. There was a big sign with my last name on it and a priest. We were all saying prayers on how we died and how we can do better in our next life. My brain realised that it was a dream, so I immediately woke up before it was my turn to speak on how I died, because I never died. As soon as I woke up to sleep paralysis. I couldn't move anywhere, and my heart was racing so fast when I saw this black demon type of person staring at me. I felt as if I had a heart attack when it was getting closer to me. I closed my eyes and woke up. But this time, I woke up in this long, hollow, white room with a bed that went for miles. I was in that bed next to me. I saw all my family members, but everyone seemed to be in their 20s. I saw my mum and dad, my 2 brothers and my sister, and they were all the same age. They were all connected to some sort of machine with an oxygen machine in their mouth. This guy in a white suit approaches me with a paper and says, "You're not scheduled to wake up yet. Lay down and plug yourself back in." I followed orders and did as he said. I woke up again, this time taking a deep breath to turn off my alarm. I've been thinking about this the whole day today. Is it possible that I died and woke up in our afterlife? Someone give me theories or an explanation. Has this happened to anyone? I was talking with my mom yesterday about me and her living together when she was a single mother. After we started talking, she talked about me and her having an ability to feel apparitions. Now, I've had very mild premonitions when I was a kid, but I wasn't really convinced until she brought up the soldier on top of the stairs. When she brought that up, it made me very upset and almost gave me a panic attack, which is not normal. I'm a 20-year-old man, and hearing an old memory should not have affected me that badly. I honestly thought it was a dream. This took place in 2007, and I was 6 years old when this happened. I don't remember the circumstances leading up to this, but I remember a military-looking dude at the top of the staircase, looking down at me. He wasn't scary or mean to me. I just thought it was weird that there was a random man in our apartment. But I was raised with military family members, so seeing a man in a military uniform in my mind made me think he wasn't a bad guy. My mom, after having brought it up, had told me that a state trooper that lived in our apartment complex had died in 2006 in a car crash. After remembering what I thought was a dream, it finally clicked in my mind and I nearly had a panic attack. I wanted to believe it was a dream, but you don't remember dreams you had when you were 6. I had a hard time falling asleep last night from all the anxiety that this gave me. For context, I've always felt like I've had a weird sense of the paranormal. It's just a feeling in my guts that I get. I don't know what to call it, but the best way I can describe it is how you feel when you're being stared at or someone is trying to get your attention. Like something is pulling at you. I don't know if this is any consolation, but when I was a really young kid, I lived in an extremely haunted house. The memories are vague, but I remember the door opening and slamming shut by itself. Of course, my family moved out of that house when I was about 4 or 5. However, some memories are still vivid in my mind. If you're interested in hearing these experiences, I may post them, but they aren't very detailed as I was very young, and my memories are foggy. My mom used to tell me that the women in our family could see spirits and stuff. I wasn't sure if it was just her being superstitious, or if I just didn't want to believe her, because, yeah, it's scary as hell. I normally try to brush it off, even though I remembered what happened in our old house. I believed in the supernatural, just not to the extent my mom told me. Well, when I was in about 4th grade, I believe, our neighbour was murdered. He was a really nice old man. I remember seeing him walk down the street and talking with my parents. Anyways, it was some time after that incident, and I don't think they had found his killer. I didn't quite understand that at the time. I was young and didn't have a care in the world. Of course, I grasped how serious murder was, I guess. It just didn't sink in. To get back to my point, my friend and I had decided to play on my trampoline somewhere around that time. We normally turned on the hose and brought dish soap out with us to make it super bouncy and slippery. It was fun as hell. Our outdoor faucet is under my house. I don't know how well I can explain this, but it's not like a basement. It doesn't go into the ground, it's just a storage spot. Anyways, we would have to unlock the door under the house when we wanted to turn the hose on, because our neighbours behind us used to steal our water. Welcome to the south. Well, we had already turned it on and we left the door open as per usual. While we were jumping on the trampoline having a blast, I suddenly spotted the door under my house slam shut with a lot of force. It was so jarring that even my friend noticed. Then for a second, I spotted a person. It was kind of blurry, but all I could see was red and felt intense anger. I don't know how to explain it, but I recognised this person to be my neighbour who was killed. I couldn't make any features out on his face. It was all very quick. I could just feel that it was him. In fact, I was so visibly shaken that my friend and I sprinted inside to get my older sister, who was supposed to be watching us at the time. She grabbed her PB gun, as if that would do anything to anyone, and she checked out the backyard to no success. She said nothing was out there. After a moment, my friend and I convinced ourselves that it was okay, and perhaps it was the wind. I tried to shake off what I saw, knowing it wasn't the end. When we returned to the trampoline, the door slammed shut for a second time, and by that point, we just decided to go inside naturally. We were both scared to death by it. Just for closure, somewhere after those events, my neighbour's murderer was found. It happened to be his nephew, which was really depressing to learn as a kid. I'm not sure if he was trying to ask for help or what he wanted that day, but it's truly shaken me to the core even now. I believe his spirit is resting easy now, as I haven't had a run in him since then, nor have I experienced any paranormal event like that since. Alright then, this happened to my sister, but I was in the house at the same time. It was about 6 years ago, and our parents had gone out for the night. Our older sister was staying at a friend's house, and our brother was asleep because he had a hurling match earlier that day. Hurling is the national sport of Ireland, if you're wondering. Anyway, it was around 11 PM and my sister went upstairs to get a blanket, while I was setting up a movie and snacks. Not 2 minutes after my sister went upstairs, she screamed and bolted back to the living room. I asked her what had happened, and she said she saw someone in the doorway of our parents' bedroom. I didn't believe her, and like your stereotypical white person, I went investigating, only to find nothing. There was no evidence of anyone being upstairs. So I brushed it off and went back downstairs. Told my sister that she was imagining things, and we went back to watching the movie. Well, this is where things get interesting. A month or so later, we were going through family photo albums, because I had a school project that I needed a picture of me as a baby. My sister came across a picture of a cousin of ours who died when I was only 6 months old. When she saw the picture, she gasped, brought the photo to me and said, "It was him I saw in Dad's bedroom." At the time, we didn't know he was dead, so we asked our parents about it. They got really quiet and explained to us that our cousin had died in a horrific car accident, along with his girlfriend and his baby daughter, who wasn't much older than me. Turns out we have the newspaper article of the accident. Also, the wall on the side of the road where the accident happened is still gone. The farmer turned to using electrical wire instead of fixing the wall. Anyway, the house was really weird and a lot of unusual things happened there. Moving from a small town to a large city at a fairly young age, had to be one of the biggest adjustments I've ever had to do. I knew no one. I had no idea how different it really was. I had no reason to think about it before we had to move. Not only was the living much different, but so were the people and the experiences. So many more buildings, cars, and people, and the dangers that lurked only just began to come so real for me. I've always had strange things happen to me that couldn't be explained, but I would shrug them off. I would play it off as if I was just tired most times, and making myself see things that weren't really there. Besides, I had no one to talk to about these strange encounters, and I was a young teenager. Who would really believe these outrageous things I would come up with? The church-going family we wouldn't allow such nonsense. The Lord protects us from all evil. You know, that kind of jazz. Moving to the city, I eventually got settled after some time of rebelling, for being an angry teenager, for making me leave my friends behind. Got into a lot of trouble, and fell into the wrong crowds. You know, the whole stereotypes people have of teenagers. I seemed to allow myself to live up to those stereotypical standards most had. I knew I was doing wrong, but I didn't care. Found myself in some sticky situations that finally led to a friend that showed me that what I was doing wasn't getting me anywhere in my life. For this story, we'll call him Bob. Bob was an older man. He was, I'd say, at least 12 years older than I was. I was 13 at the time we met. He had moved in downstairs from us with a friend of his that my parents knew. We met while helping his friend move furniture out of his apartment to have his carpets cleaned. Fast forward some time, and Bob and I became close friends. Yes, it was odd being friends with someone so much older than I was, but somehow it worked at the time. There was this cemetery that was up the street from our apartment complex. We would go there regularly to visit graves and help clean them up, and place flowers on those that were unmarked to show that someone still cared for these people. We would always go during the day. It was such a beautiful and peaceful place. Many rose bushes, green grass, tall shrubs, and some really pretty water fountains spread out throughout this large land. So, it was easy to stroll around there all day and lose track of time. One day, we came upon this one tall mass grave that was unmarked. It was so old that the headstone was crumbling, and the lot it was on was caving in, and had a hole about a foot or so deep just under the concrete slab. We were both curious about it, and would visit this grave a few times this one week. We weren't sure what it was about this grave that drew us back to it each time, but we visited this person quite often. I can recall this time we had gone later in the day. It was just an hour or so until it got dark. And we were never there when it was dark because they locked the gates, and if they found you there after a certain time, would kick you out. But they never saw us or bothered to come tell us to leave. We were of course at this unmarked grave once again. Nighttime had finally fallen, and it was pretty dark. There were a few lights that lit the cemetery, but it was a soft glow that filled the area we happened to be at. Bob and I wandered around that unmarked grave, and were admiring the other headstone around it. We just couldn't believe how old they were. We ended up circling back, getting ready to head home. We walked back past the unmarked grave to say goodbye. I remember standing there on the side of the grave where the hole was. I was just thinking, how could they not fix this, and wondered how far down the hole went. So being the curious idiot I was, I kneeled down next to this hole and decided to stick my arm into this hole. It was so deep that you couldn't feel any kind of gravel or soil below. Bob, I guess, had managed to just keep walking, and here I was with my hand in this hole below this concrete slab. I stood up and went to turn and walk towards Rob. He was a ways off into the distance, but I could still see him. But before I could take a step, I felt my body wasn't moving. It was as if someone had a huge hold on me. I couldn't move and I couldn't speak. I was stuck. Bob finally notices me standing where he left me and starts yelling for me to come on. But there was no moving for me, and I felt this grip just getting tighter and tighter. In what felt like forever, watching as Bob made his way back in my direction, going on about how he wanted to get home. It was late. He's standing in front of me and looks at me like I've completely lost it. He had been talking to me and asking me some questions, and I of course couldn't move or make a sound. He reached out to grab me to pull me along and I didn't budge. As we stood there, he kept talking to me, seemingly thinking I was messing with him and laughing. Tears start rolling down my face. All I could think about was, how am I going to get this thing to let me go? Did I make it mad? I just kept apologizing in my head, saying how sorry I was for disturbing them, and if they let me go, I would never bother them again. I'm assuming they must have known I was sorry for what I did. I drop to the gravel and I quickly bolt up and take off running. I ended up leaving Bob behind. He came back knocking on my door the next day, asking what happened. I had no idea how to even explain what I had experienced. All I know is I've never bothered that grave again. The location of my experience was at my grandfather's house. He lived where he worked and worked where he lived, if you get what I'm saying. Him and my grandmother lived out in the middle of BFE. There was no sign of life for miles among miles. The closest fire department, if the house or the work warehouse was to spark a little flame, was at least an hour out from normal civilization. Calling for help wasn't going to get you much of anything but a sore throat and a sweet welt from a nice-ass whooping for screaming like a damn banshee. From time to time, you could catch a car flying by doing 100 miles an hour easily. Most of these people were making their way for Sin City. It was a shortcut most people out in town would take to cut at least 3 to 4 hours off their travels. If you were new to that route, then you wouldn't know that there was a very sharp turn before a turn off to get to my grandparents' property. So there were a few major wrecks that had happened. They would hit that curve going over 100 miles an hour, and their car would flip and end up in this ditch just after the turn off. Going that fast, I suppose you would miss that giant sign a mile before the curve telling you to slow down. But then again, what do I know? Myself, I had seen a red car overturn into that ditch one time from afar. I was in the front yard playing and was yanked into the house by my grandmother as she yelled for my grandfather to help those people. Sad to say, they didn't make it. Emergency response took 2 hours to get there, and the coroners took a few more after that. It was horrible. At night, if you happened to wander past the property gates, it got pitch black. There was one light that lit the massive gate in front of the house. If you walked far enough down the dirt turn-off, you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. So we would take flashlights and dare to explore, trying to be careful not to come across coyotes and rattlesnakes. Most of the time, when we would venture off, one of our parental units would trail behind, pretending to spook us by claiming to see something in the far distance. Gullible and naive, we would always look in that direction and get jump scared by them behind us. Go figure. Rolls eyes. Don't judge me. The good parts. One night, my cousin and I decided we were both bored out of our tiny little minds and wanted to go for a walk since counting sheep just wasn't cutting it for us. We both quietly crept out on the creaky screen door and toward the huge massive gate in front of the house. Not sure why we decided this at the latest time of the night, but it happened. It was padlocked shut. Nice thick chain around the gate with a giant lock. Determined to get out, we managed to pull the gate open enough to squeeze out and onto the other side. They were both stood accomplished. Looking around, there was enough light to get us not even halfway down the dirt turn-off before it was black. I remember looking around for the moon. On some nights it would light up the sky, and it was a dim kind of dark, like the desert would have a soft glow. But that wasn't the case tonight. Using our flashlights, we start our late hours stroll down the dirt turn-off. This turn-off was probably, I'd say, maybe a mile long. Nothing but a dirt road. lots of rocks to kick up while dragging my feet. We passed the part of the road where the light ended. Now, our lifelines depended on these battery-operated lights, not seeming to have a care in the world other than our family waking and finding us outside the gate. My cousin and I chatter about normal teenage crap. Then we see in the distance a light coming up the long stretch of road. We both seem to be seeing the same light as we both mutter, "Oh look, a car." The light is coming towards us, getting larger and larger the closer it gets. We both stayed planted in the same spot, just watching as the light got closer. As we stood there watching, I thought, how fast could they possibly be going for those headlights to be coming at us so quickly, on such a long stretch of road? It was literally like we saw a speck of light turn into 2 headlights in a matter of a few minutes, if even. We're about halfway down the dirt road at this point, still watching these lights coming towards us. A small red 4-door compact car is midway into that turn. I'm pretty sure we're both holding our breath. I'm hoping, even praying that the car makes the turn. And they didn't. My cousin and myself both watch as this car misses this turn and flips and then rolls into that ditch, where I had seen the other car wreck before. Her and I both gasp in disbelief on what we both saw. We ran towards the accident. The closer we got, I could hear a woman's loud scream for help and a small baby crying in agony. I'm still rushing towards this car when I start seeing smoke coming from the ditch. I'm panicking, wondering how am I going to help these people. Blinker lights I could see at the corner of the ditch wall as I got closer, but still couldn't see the car yet. Then we got to the ditch. My cousin and I stopped dead in our tracks as we reached the edge of the deep ditch. We both looked down and see that there was nothing there. Nothing? How? We just saw this car wreck, heard screams and cries, saw lights and smoke. Where did they go? Cars and people don't just vanish out of thin air. Completely confused and trying to wrap my brain about what just happened, I asked my cousin, "You saw what I saw, right? Like, I'm not imagining this on my own. It was real, wasn't it?" She couldn't even utter a single word. The next day, I walked down to the ditch during broad daylight and by myself. I wanted to make sure it wasn't all in my head. It was too real to not be. I smelled the smoke, heard the sounds, saw it all. When I got to the ditch, I saw there were tyre marks on the curve of the turn, and looking down into the ditch, there was red debris from the car. But was it from the accident we experienced the night before, or could it have been the one my grandfather helped with? Thinking about it to this day, I feel it was that woman and her baby showing my cousin and I what's happened to them. We wanted to stay and see what was going on when the accident happened, but were pulled into the house to keep us safe. I still hear those screams, those baby cries, and I can't get those images of that wreck out of my head. It's like it replays in my mind over and over again. It seemed so real not to be. I had asked my cousin many years after if she remembers that night, and she took off crying. For context, I was about 9 or 10 and incredibly interested in ghosts. One of my good friends at the time, we'll call her Boo, had a dad who was in a paranormal investigation team, so he had some equipment. One night, Boo and I had a sleepover, and because I don't remember things too well, one thing led to another, and we decided to hold an EVP session in her parents' bedroom. I recall the room being somewhat dark, with a pale blue light highlighting whatever we could see. Think post-sunset kind of look. I can't remember who asked the first question, but at one point, I remember asking the question, how many ghosts pass through here? Keep in mind, there was one adult man, one adult woman, and 2 children. None of us said anything following my question either. The next morning, Boo's dad calls me over and tells me to listen to the recording through his computer. I do, and I'm just shocked by the response. A young teenager's voice came through the audio and responded to my question. "You're gonna ask that?" It sounded crystal clear, and if I'm being honest, pretty belittling. But I was a child and didn't pick up on that at all. Boo's dad then told me it was the clearest audio he had recorded. So that was cool. I used to live in this house with my mum and dad from when I was born to about age 5. It wasn't ours, but my mum was a full-time nanny at the time, so she had the option to live in this house with the family. We lived on the top floor. The house itself is massive and was built in the very early 1900s. I remember my dad saying about how he woke up in the middle of the night, one night to see a girl stroking my mum's hair, just staring at her while she did so. Although she's not the most believable person, I always sort of believed him because I used to get a weird vibe from the house, the top floor in particular. When he told the family who owned the house, they kind of told him he was dreaming and that ghosts didn't exist. Fast forward, however, many years. We had moved to a flat, but my mum was still working for the family. A girl in her early 20s moved into the house and was living in the bits we lived in. During this time, the father became very ill and ended up in a hospice. One day, my mum had gone to visit him and he said to her that I need to apologise to you about something. She asked him what it was about. He went on to explain that the girl who moved in had a friend over one night, not long before he ended up in hospice, and she woke up in the middle of the night to see a grey woman walking across the room she was sleeping in. From that day on, he then recognised that ghosts probably are real, and that his house was haunted, but asked my mum not to tell his wife, as he didn't want her to worry about it, especially as he knew he wasn't going to be alive for much longer. My mum didn't tell me this until a few years after he passed away, and I was quite shocked, to be honest, and started to believe that my dad had said for years a lot more. Fast forward to 2021 now, and my mum had moved into a house with her boyfriend and my sister. Not trying to give you my life story, but I was a bit annoyed with the situation, which I won't get into. But basically, I decided I wasn't going to live with them. My mum still works for that same family to this day, but only as a cleaner once a week. She was telling the woman about what was happening, and long story short, she offered to rent out the top floor of the house to me. I decided to move in despite my fears of the house being seriously haunted. For the first 6 months, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The only thing was that when my bedroom door was open, on countless occasions, I felt like someone was running down the hallway, which used to give me goosebumps. I moved in February 21. Like I say, I saw no ghosts for the first 6 months, and started to convince myself that I was just being paranoid when I felt like someone was running down the hallway outside my bedroom. Sometime in August this year, I fell asleep watching a podcast on YouTube. The worst thing about this story was the night this happened, it happened to be really windy and there was heaving rain all night. I woke up suddenly at either midnight or 1 a.m. I can't remember exactly, but I know it had just gone past the hour mark. My eyes were open slightly and I looked left to see my TV on and the podcast still playing. As I turned my head, I can't stress enough how much I am telling the truth right now. At the end of my bed stood this grey-looking lady in really old clothes. It's quite hard to explain what she looked like, as I only had a couple seconds before I had to hide under my covers. But she had afro braids and just looked really interested in me, and with what I was doing there. Just imagine a normal person, but they're almost glowing, and they have a greyish sort of colour to them. I was shivering because I was that scared. Barely managed to get any sleep that night. But since that day, I can honestly confirm ghosts are real. And I understand why people have doubts. However, I know what I saw. Before you ask yourself, no, I wasn't drunk or high that night. I still live here, but want to move ASAP, as I constantly worry about the next time I might see her again. It was around 2:10 last night, and I just finished doing an essay for my college class. I went and turned my light off in my room and in my fish tank. It was pitch black in the room, as I like it when I go to sleep. I turned on my music and sleep timer to shut the music off in 50 minutes. That's important to keep track of time in the story. I remember laying down and closing my eyes facing the wall. I woke up feeling something was strange. Enough time passed to where the music had turned off. I sat up and grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight, looking around my room. I woke up and genuinely felt like something or someone was in my room. I saw nothing and turned the flashlight off and put the music and sleeper time on again. Laying back down and facing the wall again. It was not 5 minutes later when I felt something literally sit on the bed next to me. I stilled and kept my eyes closed, just thinking if this was real or not. It really felt like something was sitting next to me, because I felt my body lean in that direction. It was a strange sense of calmness I felt from it, and when I moved a little, I felt the weight leave. This is almost a month after my dog, who was literally my only friend of 4 years, died. I've been slowly getting used to sleeping alone at night, and this experience really woke me. I felt so safe and comforted by the presence that I was sad when it left. I'm an atheist and don't believe in any higher presence, so this was a strange experience for me. I just felt like sharing this to people. For a number of years, I attended a small Episcopal church that had previously been a Catholic church. The congregation consisted of about 10 people, and eventually the church closed for that reason. There were many remnants of when the church had been more active, including an organ in the back that was no longer used. No one could play it, and it was severely out of tune. My child, who was quite little at the time, would often sit on the bench and play with toys back there. We had a piano in the front, but no one could play it well, so aside from when we briefly had a college student who played violin during the congregation, we sang a cappella. One of the congregants who had minor knowledge of the piano would give us the first note. We only had a priest join us once a month, otherwise it was congregant-led. Usually, I entered through the back door of the kitchen, where the parking lot was, and then walked into the front chapel part of the church. However, one day I was running late and the parking in the back was full. Although there were only a handful of us, there was also only a couple of parking spots. And so if you came late, sometimes they would be full and you would have to park on the street out front. So that day, I walked in the front door. As I walked in, I looked to the side and noticed we had a new organist. She was a middle-aged blonde woman with big hair that looked like she had gotten her hairstyle stuck somewhere in the late 1980s. She was poised and ready to play the organ and was wearing what looked to be a choir gown. I thought this was very interesting because I knew A, we really didn't have the finances for an organist, so this woman must be someone's friend or family member, and B, I didn't even think that organ worked. I sat down in the pew with my kiddo, keeping them in the seat to avoid a preschooler wandering over to bother the organist, and waited for the music to begin. To my surprise, the guy who usually gave us the first note on the piano did so, and everyone began to sing the opening hymn a cappella, as usual. At this point, I got a bit of a chill down my spine as I thought to myself, wow, there really isn't a new organist, is there? What did I just see? I tried to explain this to the other congregants after church. I thought they might know something about an organist who died since some had been there for a long time, but no one else ever had a similar experience. I think maybe I saw an impression from the past or something. At any rate, it was very strange. With the exception of one other event that happened as a teenager, when I saw a guy run out of the wall in my grandparents' house, which I knew was haunted, I've not typically seen things. I don't hallucinate and was not under the influence of any substance. I tend to think this was a paranormal experience, even though I realised that even people who don't typically hallucinate might under the right circumstances. Nothing seemed odd about her other than the fact that she was there. She just looked like an ordinary woman, albeit with a dated hairdo, sitting at the organ. I've had a few interesting experiences that defy explanation, but this is one instance where I can reliably say I saw what seemed to be a full-body apparition. I was a teenager at the time and visiting my grandparents. This would have been the early 90s, so no cell phones and video recording was something that required a giant camcorder. We didn't walk around with cameras at the time either. My grandparents had always accepted that their house was haunted. They were both Latin American, my grandfather being from Honduras and my grandmother from Puerto Rico. And I've always said that as Latinos, we have a different relationship with the paranormal, more of a relaxed acceptance of it as just something that is. There were plenty of odd noises and places that felt strange in their house, but I was used to it. They had lived there since I was 8 or so, and I visited them regularly. However, prior to this incident, I had never actually seen anything tangible. That day, we had arrived and settled into our rooms for a few days' stay. And briefly socialising with everyone downstairs, I decided to go upstairs to my room in that house to be by myself for a while. At the top of the stairs, you could see a room at the end of the hall that one of my parents usually slept in. We called rooms in that house by the colours the walls were painted, so that was the blue room. Well, I get to the top of the stairs, and as the blue room comes into full view with the door open wide, I see a man with brown hair in a blue jogging suit run out of the wall in an instant, kind of like the Flash. I froze at the top of the stairs. I didn't speak. I just stared and blinked and thought, did I really just see that? Mind you, I've never hallucinated before or since, and at that time in my life, around 15 or 16, I'd never tried a substance other than alcohol. I was well rested and not impaired in any way. I turned around and went downstairs. I decided to share with my grandparents what I had just seen. My grandfather just smiled and said, "Oh, that's the man who used to own the house. He's still here, but he's peaceful because we take good care of his house." The guy who had lived there before them had passed away prior to them moving in. He was a doctor and from all accounts, a decent guy. And in case you're wondering, yes, the man had been a runner. When I was a little kid, maybe 3 or 4 years old, I'd have to check with my parents. I would have regular conversations under my bed with a little boy in the middle of the night. The little boy appeared to be around my age, but he was black and white and dressed in an old-fashioned way. I remember he had short hair. I'm not sure if I was in a half-dream kind of state. My parents would wake up in the middle of the night and see me having a conversation by myself under the bed. They'd tell me to go back to bed while guiding me back to bed. They thought I was still dreaming while they did this. They thought that it was best to not wake up a sleepwalking and talking child. They also thought that it was the best not to talk about sleepwalking or talking because they thought that drawing attention to it might just cause it to occur more often. Anyway, the conversations occurred on a regular basis. Years and years later, I asked my parents about it. They told me they thought I was just sleep-talking and walking. They were shocked by my recollection. The little boy's personality was rather unusual and somewhat intriguing. At times he was like a friend, sweet and charming and fun to talk to. In this state, I was eager to talk with him. Other times, he had a sinister way about him that was somewhat threatening and intimidating. He always urged me to not tell my parents about our conversations. I'd also have recurring nightmares where I'd have to save my parents or grandparents from an evil entity that was connected to the little boy somehow. One distinct recurring nightmare went as follows. My parents paternal grandparents and I were living in a creepy looking mansion. Everything was in shades of grey, including us. There were peculiar things that would have been happening around the mansion, objects appearing in places where they hadn't been left, etc. An evil entity would kill my paternal grandpa first, and then my paternal grandma. The deaths were not graphic. It was more like a single tap from the entity would suck the life from someone. My grandpa was killed first in his sleep. I remember seeing a black, smoky shadow reach him in his bed. My grandma later caught on to the activities of the evil in the mansion and went to warn everyone. She was successful in warning my mom, but unfortunately, the evil entity manifested itself as the little boy and bit her hand. Once in a while, she passed away. My mom grabbed my dad and I, and we rushed out of that mansion as quickly as possible. That's how the dream ended. I kept telling my dad about this dream because it bothered me a lot. The next recurring dream? This dream only occurred at my maternal grandma's house. Went as follows. The setting was my grandma's house. My grandma was involved in some paranormal stuff somehow. Not at all like her in real life. The little boy captured my parents, who were dressed in their wedding attire for some reason. I had to go on a quest involving finding different objects, a rose garden maze with statues of soldiers, and a green portal, in order to save my parents. My grandma guided me somehow. There was a time limit. I'd always just about reach my parents as the time was nearing its end, when I'd wake up just before seeing the conclusion. One recurring dream really bothered me in a profound way. I'd be out and about on a green field or meadow talking with friends. While doing so, I could see beings from another dimension looking down on the kids hanging out in the field. The beings made some sort of bet involving me. Some sort of action was performed, like flipping a coin or rolling a dice, but more profound, involving large gears and stuff. One of the beings won the bet while the other lost. As a result, I ended up not having been born at all. I was seemingly teleported to the gears and machinery, and some kind of process was taking place. I tried to stop it, but there was nothing I could do. Everyone back on the field didn't notice I was gone, because I could never existed. Eventually, everything would go black. Then thoughts would race in my mind. If I was never born, how can I think? What will I be if I can still think? How will I go on if I can still think? I have to be able to think. What if I no longer am able to think? Then, complete terror. The little boy was connected in the dream somehow. From what I recall, the little boy was brought into the world as a replacement for me. It was a small detail, but impactful nonetheless. I never told anyone about this dream because it was the most unsettling. As a young kid, I had always felt uneasy in that room. After my under-the-bed conversation phase, I had an intense feeling that if I stayed on top of my bed, I'd be safe during the night. I have memories of some force connected to the little boy, trying to drag me and my blankets off the bed. I'd clutch the blankets and hold onto my bedpost for dear life. It was probably a dream, but it felt very real. One day, my dad told me that if I had a bad dream with the little boy, to imagine that the little boy was wearing a dress. During a nightmare, I did just that. I laughed and laughed and laughed. I stopped having the first and second recurring dreams. When I switched rooms to the basements when I was older, I still felt uneasy, but it's almost like it took a different form. I still felt that I was safe as long as I stayed on top of my bed throughout the night. One time, I experienced sleep paralysis, which was scary. I remember that the uneasiness and recurring nightmares faded completely when I moved to a different house. Even if you don't believe there's a supernatural element to these experiences of mine, you have to admit that these were some strange, complex dreams for a young child. I myself don't quite know what to believe. What do you guys think? I was visiting my grandmother's house up in the cold northern Norway. I've always had weird feelings while staying there. Always felt like I was being watched at all times. A constant feeling of unease. Especially on the second floor where me and my little sister were staying. Upstairs is 2 rooms. I slept in the room closest to the staircase, and my sister had the adjacent room. The house is fairly old and it's rather noisy. Often getting woken up at night by my sister walking past my room to go to the bathroom, which is downstairs. My grandmother has struggled for a long time with her sleep. She always wakes up at 3 a.m. every night. She's claimed there is activity around the house. The classic doors opening and closing, sounds of footsteps, and the feeling that you are not alone. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. and I couldn't fall asleep. Was basically rolling around in my bed and ended up laying in bed staring at the wall. The room started feeling much colder than usual, and something that happened next still gives me chills to this day. I heard a loud, raspy breath right behind me, like someone was laying in bed right behind me, breathing heavily. I'll try to describe what it sounded like. It sounded like someone who was very sick and struggling to breathe. I felt air brush over the back of my neck and I completely froze. I was terrified. The breathing lasted for several seconds, but it felt like forever. I started to count to 5 before I would turn around to see if anything was behind me. And nothing. The room was left in an eerie silence. My heart was pounding so fast and hard, it felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. And I was staring at the door, almost like expecting it to open. And it did, while staring at the door. I see the door handle go down slowly, and the door creaking open. It's hard for me to explain what I felt at that moment, but it was overwhelming. I managed to leap out of bed and move out in the hallway to try and find an explanation of what happened, but I saw nothing, heard nothing. The windows were all closed, so I couldn't find any explanation of what happened. I feel like I sat in the bed for days, but it was only a few hours. When morning finally arrived, I went downstairs and sat myself down in the living room. My sister and grandmother were in the kitchen, and I overheard my sister telling my grandmother something. Around 2 to 3 a.m., she was woken up by loud, raspy breathing in her room. When I overheard that, it gave me chills to the bones and made me feel even more terrified. My sister and I used to visit my grandmother every year, but it's been a fairly long time since I managed to get myself to visit my grandma again. This event happened when I was 16 years old and I'm 24 now. Can't take myself to go back there just yet, but I'm planning to go there next year. My grandmother is having a hard time lately, so hopefully I can visit her before it's too late. Maybe I'll get new experiences to write about when I go back there. When I was 3 or 4 years old, I lived on a farm with my parents and sister. I have one memory of seeing a small shadow in the corner of the room. The shadow didn't resemble a humanoid figure, just a small shadow in a dark room in the corner. That's all. After bringing this up with my mum a couple of years ago, I'm now 23, she told me the full story. Apparently, I told her for a while that I would see a girl in the corner of my room. Then one night, I was crying. My mum comes in and sits with me and holds me as I'm telling her that I see her and she doesn't blink. Fast forward maybe a week after this happened, my mum apparently contacted a lady who works with spirits or something and advised my mum to light candles in the room and attempt to communicate to her. She did that and told her to move on, etc. My mum told me I wasn't seeing the girl after she did this. Fast forward sometime after that, my mum discovered that a little girl, probably 40 or so years prior to us moving in, had drowned in the dam. How crazy is this, right? I'm glad I found this community, but I've been kind of scared to post it. Gut feeling kind of thing. Also, I understand if there's going to be a lot of people calling bullshit, But hey, whatever. I'm just going to use this to talk about my experience, to see if there's anyone with a similar experience. Soz for scaring anyone, but yeah, crazy story, right? I'm not religious or anything, but this story has always set me in the path of skepticism towards anything. I'm the type of see it to believe it type of person, even in regards to things such as the existence of space. I had an experience in my grandmother's house when I was about 4 or 5 years old, but I remember it clearly. It actually chills me to the bone more now than it did, but I'll get to why. So I had the sniffles, nothing too bad, just a runny nose really. Stayed at my grandson's house that night and stayed in her bed. I was using one of my t-shirts as a handkerchief, so it was softer on the nose. I woke up the next morning, Gran still asleep. I reached to my bedside table to get my t-shirts, and just as I was about to touch my nose with it, an invisible force yanked it out of my hands and straight back onto the table. But when it landed with the same identical crease marks as if I had never picked it up in the first place. This repeated about 3 or 4 times in a row, and the last time I briefly saw a small dark-skinned figure, it was brown or green skin, run around to the foot of the bed as if it were running off to hide. This thing couldn't be bigger than 1.5 feet tall. I ran to the bottom of the bed, but I never saw it again. I'm 29 now, and in my mid-20s, I just happened to bring it up in conversation with my mum. My gran is my dad's mum, and my parents split up when I was young. But my mum was a little creeped out by this, and I was too, because she had said that my uncle and auntie had seen the same thing at the same age in my house. Nasty. I have a couple experiences I will post over time. Anybody have any insight into what I saw? Closest Google is goblin. Seems a bit corny, but I'd be interested in anybody familiar with the esoteric who might know anything. I'm currently scanning the rdzhzq for anything. This happened a while ago, either December of 2020 or January 2021, but I remember what happened clearly since it was strange and one of the few seemingly paranormal events that I ever witnessed. It was snowing a lot, and it was around 2 or 3 a.m. at night. My little sister and I were awake, and we went outside in the backyard to look at the falling snow without informing our parents. They were in their room along with my brother. The whole backyard was covered in snow. After looking and walking in the falling snow in the backyard for about 10 minutes, me and my sister both heard my name being called loudly by my father's voice. And we looked and saw a figure standing right from my room's window, overlooking us and staring us down, that looked like my dad's silhouette. We thought we were in trouble since our dad is strict and overprotective. However, both of us did agree that we also got an eerie feeling at the same time, since something felt off. We went back into the house and we both went into my room and it was empty. Then my sister went into our parents' room and asked our dad about it, and he didn't even know we were outside and that he didn't call my name. We also recalled later that the way the silhouette was standing, it would have been impossible for a person to physically stand like that. By my window, since there is a bedpost in the way. There were some paranormal events in my house before this happened. The other paranormal events were on the second floor and were reported by separate Airbnb guests that rented the second floor. One guest complained of hearing threatening disembodied voices, and 2 separate guests complained of seeing an unidentified person in the dark that stood completely still and didn't say anything to them, but watched them from the bottom of the stairs. I think this might have been a shadow person, since the guests couldn't describe their face or clothes, saying it was too dark to see. Ever since the latest paranormal occurrence I described in this post, I haven't experienced any normal other paranormal events at all. The second floor isn't rented out for Airbnb anymore because my uncle's family and grandma live there and they haven't reported anything unusual. Although my grandma does get scared to be alone in her room at night, so she always leaves the door slightly open. I'm interested in the paranormal, so I might buy ghost hunting supplies and inspect the house and other places that way. My friend and neighbour was brutally and fatally wounded by her longtime boyfriend on Thanksgiving at their house. To Logic's defence, I'm in a state of grief. She was a sweet girl, only 34 years old, and was quite the girly girl, so I bought her a bouquet of flowers with a pink candle. I'm pagan, which is something she admired about me. I did a blessing and wrote her a note, about a crap paragraph, and I did a blessing to bring her peace, reminding her she's loved and through life, I'll honour her memory. I also said a blessing to neutralise the trauma on the property, so I don't feel that sense of darkness when I walk by her house. Around 7:30 last night, I walked over to her house with the flowers, a candle, inside a jar for safety, and a lighter. I brought my dog with me because she invited herself, and I could use the company because I felt uncomfortable going over there. I sit on her empty steps, the house remaining exactly how it was left. I thought I was going to want to say a few things, but once I sat on the step, I felt like I just wanted to light the candle and put the flowers and candles somewhere, and then get out of there. It was a quiet night, no winds, which was odd, because a big windstorm is supposed to happen the following day, which is today. Once I walk off her property, I'm just going on a casual walk with my dog. As soon as we started walking away from the house, I heard in the faint air what sounded like a woman's voice, what sounded like, hey, hello, or help. It sounded like a very subtle echo that was heard within the air, although there was no wind. I barely even heard it, and I probably wouldn't have paid attention to it, but my dog heard something as well, and she started acting either spooked or confused. She kept turning around to look back at the property and seemed confused. She started doing this immediately after I heard the sound, and she kept looking back till we got a short distance away from the house. And then she started acting normal after that, and we went on a normal walk. The voice I heard sounded like a faint sound travelling in the wind. It sounded like the voice came from the air and wasn't a solid external voice. The reason I wasn't sure exactly what I heard was because it was more of an echo, and I couldn't hear a complete word spoken. I heard a woman's voice say, hey, and it sounded like she was either saying one of the words I mentioned earlier, hey, hello, or help. The voice sounded like it was trailing off in the air, so I could only hear the partial word. Immediately, my dog turned around, acting confused, while staring back at the house. I even turned and looked back. She wasn't just a neighbour, she was my friend, and we met in May 2021. We regularly texted, hung out, and shared music with each other. She had a big heart and cared a lot about animals, plants, and people. I've had a share of experiences with our old apartments. Back in the 70s, this apartment was said to be state-of-the-art by some old neighbours who had been staying there since then, but soon the whole area became filled with high-rises, increased crime, and the beauty of this apartment fell out of touch, forgotten and lost its lustre from before. It's normal for me to feel eerie, see forms and shapes of entities, but this one in particular was a shared experience with my mom. My dad at the time worked graveyard shifts, so this routine was to wake up at 9 p.m, eat, bath, and leave to work by 10:30 p.m. When he left, my mom and I were watching a show in the living room, when all of a sudden, we heard my dad's footsteps walking and opening their room door, and walking to the bathroom, which was right in front of their room. Then silence. We paused what we were watching and looked at each other trying to understand what we just heard. That was Dad's footsteps, and we just saw him leave not too long ago. We lived on the 7th floor, of this 2-bedroom apartment, so the whole flat's rooms are just less than 10 feet away from the living room and kitchen area. We can do everything in the house. We waited and, unsure, we called his name, and when we heard no response, we peeked through the hallway to see, but the doors were closed and lights were off. Apart from us, no one else should be in the house at that time. We checked all the rooms in case there was an intruder, but it was as if no one came in. We told my dad the next morning, but he shrugged it off. After my mom and I both experienced hearing my dad's footsteps, we were spooked, but this type of doppelganger experience never happened again. We would talk about it from time to time, recalling how crazy it was. My mom now would tell me stories of her experiences with the supernatural, and come to know, she's sensitive like me. I told her my own stories too, and I have also experienced these things ever since I was young. Maybe I can tell more stories about these in the future with you guys. Not after a week that doppelganger experience. One night while watching Netflix in our living room, I fell asleep on the couch, when I was suddenly awoken by a cold mist on my face and a feeling of dread. When I opened my eyes, not too far from my face was a woman-like figure with pale skin, haunting eyes, long black hair, and a horrible disfigured face that stood right in front of me, leaning in as if inspecting me up close. I jolted, and this woman appeared to vanish to the point that I could slowly see the rest of the living room behind her. That moment felt like a while, but it was only a few seconds. I got so scared, I jumped up, shivering and confused about what happened. I looked around and I saw my mom over by the dining table about 6 feet away, looking at me, and that's when she said, "You saw that?" I told her that I got scared and confused, as I haven't experienced anything like that, and I thought it was a nightmare. Turns out, my mom was my witness that this all happened. I asked her what she saw, and she said she sat down at the table to do some paperwork while I was fast asleep. All of a sudden, a dark figure appeared where I was and leaned over to me. She was too shocked to move or say anything until I jumped up. At this point, we're not just hearing things, as my dad would say as he brushed off our stories. We're now concerned because there might be no turning back to this. I'll never forget her face. I repress it whenever I remember her face. It helps that I'm sharing it here with you all. Who this woman was, we never found out. This isn't where it ended. My family and I lived in this apartment back in 2013 to 15 in Toronto, Ontario. In my last story, I showed how my mom and I saw the same ghost in our living room. A few months after this experience, we found out that my little sister, who was 4 to 5 months at the time, has epilepsy. Our world then revolved around my little sister, going from one therapist to another. We kind of forgot about the ghostly experiences we'd been having, but that doesn't mean we won't experience anything more. One night, while my mom, myself, and my little sister were in the living room watching TV, we had one of the most terrifying experiences yet. We suddenly felt cold air in the room. We checked the windows, but they were all closed. I suddenly felt the feeling of dread, my heart pounding, and I was so anxious for no reason. Then, without a moment's notice, my attention was somehow brought to the corner of the room where the laptop desk is. Right underneath the laptop desk appeared an entity and took the form of a child or a small person. This thing, I remember, had a body that was so dark, it had red, bulging eyes. I noticed too that it had long teeth and long nails on its fingers and toes. It was the scariest thing I've seen. Have you ever felt so scared that you were frozen or couldn't speak? I was so afraid that it took a few seconds to understand what I was seeing, that when I had the strength to lift my arm, all I could do was point at it. Then, when my mom saw what I was pointing at, her eyes widened and right away, she got up and ran to the dining room with my little sister to get away from this thing. And all of a sudden, it disappeared right in front of us. I rushed to my mom and sister and stood there, frozen and confused with what we just saw. We just realised that we were experiencing a haunting at this place, and we need help right away. We then consulted a pastor to bless the place, but the feeling of dread never went away. Like someone was always watching you in the house. That was the most terrifying thing that happened to us yet, but not the last. More so, we noticed that my little sister was growing uneasy. She kept getting sick and her condition worsened. Not that we're blaming it on the entities in the apartment, but bad things were happening all the same time. No one felt safe to stay in their rooms after everything that happened. We all set up makeshift beds in our living room. We don't have another place to go to, and my parents decided to migrate to Calgary in the next year for work. So we hunkered down till then and stayed in this haunted apartment. A blessing for the apartment was scheduled. Then one night after my dad went for his graveyard shift, a sound came from one of the rooms that sounded like something was knocking or scratching the closet door. My mom and I thought it was a rat at first, even if we never had a rodent infestation. But when I walked in the hallway to check it out, it stopped. Then, just when I turned back, I heard a voice of a woman. It sent chills to my spine. It sounded like a woman sobbing. It was soft at first, but it got louder, and I could feel the goosebumps all over my skin, and my mom and I looked at each other. She held my little sister closer to her, and I decided to go and check the room where it's coming from. The sobbing then turned to groaning, and the voice got deeper. When I was near the door, I will never forget what I heard the next day. I heard my name, but with my dad's voice and exactly the way he calls me. This set all the alarms for me, and I froze. He called me the second time, and I wanted to run, but I mustered all my courage to open the door and face this thing, and try to make it stop, whatever it's doing to us. When I entered, the lights were off, windows closed, and it was quiet. Right away, my gaze was drawn to the right side of the room, where I saw a very tall black entity, standing that was as tall as the ceiling, and I recalled being so afraid, anxious, and exhausted at the same time. The air was thick, and it's hard to describe, but it was overwhelming, and I felt that it didn't have good intentions, like I wasn't welcome there. And all of a sudden, it started moving towards me, so I quickly closed the door and I fell on my back. My mom rushed to help me. We waited for a bit before we opened the door again, and when we did, it was all clear and the lights were left open. We got the place blessed and we observed for the next couple of weeks, but nothing seemed to happen anymore. We finally started to feel like things were normalizing. We were able to do what we needed to do and even have my grandma stay in that room whenever she visited. I moved out a month before my parents were going to migrate to Calgary, and a few days before they left, I came back to help them load their items in the truck. On the last morning, my dad and I did a final check in the apartment, making sure nothing was left. Just when I finished checking one of the bedrooms, where I encountered the large entity, my attention was drawn again, now to the open closet, and there I saw the childlike black entity again, sitting inside, looking at me. I quickly left and closed the door. That was the last time I ever stepped into that room, or that apartment. My mother and her sisters have all had what may be termed as paranormal experiences. But without my personal experience until this point, I only thought of them as intriguing stories. As I take after my mother though, I'm male, it's possible that they have a perception which I share, may be relevant later. In the mid 1990s, aged about 21, I moved into the top floor of a 3-story building in Birmingham, specifically Edgbaston, in the UK, which had been converted into flats. Mine had its own small landing and separate bedroom and lounge kitchen. I also had 2 kittens who played their part in this. Having previously shared a house with friends and being young, this was the first time by myself, which may explain the feeling, but it felt a very tranquil place. With the exception of my current house, the most peaceful place I've had. Again, this may be relevant later. Nothing of any real relevance happened for the majority of the time I lived there, but I would often be listening to music for hours with my eyes closed, absorbing every note, frequently Nick Drake, whom I had recently discovered, and feel as though someone was sitting, listening with me. I didn't pay much attention to this, with my very scientific background, but the sensation was as if someone was sitting next to you now, and you closed your eyes. You would know or sense that they were there. It's hard to explain, but it somehow felt nice, and I got used to it, putting it down to my own imagination though. Fairly often, the 2 kittens will be playing in the lounge and both suddenly stop and stare at the same spot on the wall, then follow something around the room together. Again, thought nothing of it for a while, but then realised there was never an insect or reflection, which they would be looking at. Eventually, with the frequency of this, combined with the feeling of a presence, whenever I saw them do this, I would tell them to stop watching the ghost. Although, of course, I was saying this very much tongue-in-cheek. Another curiosity with them was that they would refuse to enter the bedroom, or quickly leave if carried in there. Something else I didn't pay much attention to until later. I'd lived there for about a year and a half, and decided I would save some money and share a house with someone I knew. When I told the landlord, he commented that of all his properties, this one was very much an outlier in that no one, apart from me, had ever stayed there more than a few weeks or a couple of months, and I'd been there for nearly 2 years. So, a few weeks before moving out, the first noticeable thing happened. At the foot of my bed is an outside wall, with a small window to the left. As I lay down in bed one evening, the only light was moonlight and distant streetlight. I closed my eyes and realised, although dark, I could still see the room around me. I thought my eyes must be open, so I scrunched them shut to be sure. Sounds odd, I know, but I could still see, and was definitely not asleep. I was both marvelling at and trying to understand whatever craziness this was, when I had what I could only describe as an out-of-body experience. I began floating up to the ceiling, stopped a few feet away, and then floated toward the front of the bed and outside the wall. Admittedly, I was now in a panic, as I didn't know what was happening, but the overriding fear was floating through the wall and not returning. I do feel conflicting thoughts typing this, so I tried to shake myself back down somehow. I then had that falling sensation you get in dreams and the jolts when you wake up. So, despite feeling I was awake the whole time, I put it down to having fallen to sleep immediately and going straight into a dream. A week later, and my final week at the flat, I went to bed one night, closed my eyes, and again could see the room around me. As I looked around again with my eyes closed, I was first excited at being able to repeat this, but then remembered the out-of-body experience. That worried me, so I opened my eyes so it wouldn't happen again, but also to know that I was awake. As I looked across to the diagonally opposite corner of the room, where the window was, I looked slightly left at the standalone wardrobe, and saw the image of a young woman standing there about 12 feet away, looking at me. Her image was formed by misty white and dark shadow, and I saw she had long, straight, shiny hair as a standout feature. No, this is way before the original Ring films. I can imagine what some may think. Of course, it scared the crap out of me. I tried to put it down to tired eyes and the moonlight making the shape. But then she slowly made her way to the bed and, as best as I could make out, leant over as if to kiss me goodnight. With all my bravery and rational thinking, I pulled my covers over my head, scared out of my mind, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did, and I don't know how long I lay there waiting, but I eventually went to sleep. I thought that was it, and the next day put it down to an overactive imagination, despite what I've shared above. I later moved out without telling anyone any of this, for fear of being labelled a crazy person. A few weeks later, I'm with my dad in his car one evening, and we drive past the house. We both look at it and notice the lounge light is on in the top floor window. He says it looks like someone has moved in already, to which I replied, thinking he'd laugh at me just being silly. Yeah, either that or it's a ghost. To my surprise, he looks at me with a stern face. He's usually very much a life and soul type person, and asks if I'm being serious. That worries me. He pulls the car over and says that it's really important and he's deadly serious to let him know if there's anything I should tell him. So I start relaying to him what I've said above, and he's obviously concerned. He asks me to describe her, and once I have, he replies, "Yep, that's her." I think I was more shocked at that moment than the night I saw her. He then tells me, "When I said where you'd moved to, your nan wanted you to move out right away. But we didn't say anything to you, as we didn't want to worry you. Your nan's next door neighbour had a daughter, and she was murdered in that flat by someone she worked with one New Year's Eve. My nan's neighbours were roughly the same age, so this would have been late 60s or early 70s. You just described her exactly, and the police said when they found her, she had not long had a bath and had been strangled with her dressing gown belt. One thing they remarked upon was how long and shiny her hair was." She gives me chills, but this isn't the end of it. At this point, I still hadn't told anyone, apart from close family, about my experience, trying to avoid the loony label. I was in my early 40s and working at a company as a software tester. As I say, my mindset is technical and facts orientated. A guy starts in my team, 10 years my senior, but we have the same interests and personality, and we get on great. We're still friends. A horror movie had just come out, so we're talking about it, which leads to talk of other similar movies. And then he tells me about a scary experience he once had himself. That he was lying in bed one night and suddenly had the sensation of being strangled. He said it was so vivid he swore it was real, but opened his eyes and no one else was there. He lived by himself in a flat. I asked him where this was. Same area. I asked him about the road. Same road. House number, flat, same one. He'd lived there about 10 years previous to my stay there. That was the first time I then told someone else about my experience. If this was paranormal, did she show herself to me because of the links between our families? Is this why the flat was so peaceful for me and not previous tenants? If that was why they moved, could I see her because of some ability, however small, which runs in my family? Is this what the kittens could sense? I've had a few other separate experiences, and so has my family, but they're for another story. Despite that experience, I'm still skeptical. So many questions I can't wrap my head around. For example, how do spirits have a conscious thought or action? How did clothes become part of an apparition? And why do we have little, if any, hard evidence? At the same time, I have no other explanation for what happened, other than that there were a lot of weird coincidences. If you made it this far, thank you. And I quite understand that to many, this is just someone else's story. But at the same time, there is still an unthinkable amount of secrets to the universe humanity is yet to unlock. So ghosts seem to seek me out if I'm in their vicinity. It's always been that way, even if it's just a bad feeling. I always look for a logical explanation, and sometimes that explains it, but this wasn't one of those times. I worked for a janitorial company, and two of my sites were owned by the same church, and one was just a dance studio. The dance studio was freaky as fuck. There was a door that didn't have a doorknob, and all that was in there was a piano, and every time I closed it, when I came back, it was open, but that could just be wind. The mirrors upstairs would always have a handprint that I missed as I'm walking out, which could be just me missing it, but it just never felt right. Like I should have seen it earlier. For the first couple months, nothing crazy happened, just a general feeling of someone being there and voices. It's an old building, and in the same parking lot as an apartment complex, so I'm like, it's just people outside. Also, people would randomly show up sometimes, and I wouldn't know they were there, so that would explain away footsteps or voices as well. So one day, I'm finishing up, and there's a door at the end of the hallway that had been closed the whole time I'm there. I had bumped into it with the vacuum on both sides of it, so it was definitely closed all the way. I hear the doorknob turn as I'm rolling up the vacuum cord, so I look up expecting to see one of the dance instructors, and the door slowly opens a little bit, then just swings open the rest of the way, like someone pushed it and no one was on the other side. I noped the fuck out. Both of the sites had a lot of freaky shit happen, but this one was the only one that I can say for sure was a ghost of some sort. A month or so later, I told my boss I couldn't do it anymore. I was like, I might just be crazy, but either way. When I was about 16 in 2010, my family moved from Fairbanks, Alaska, to Williamsburg, Virginia. We wound up in this strange neighborhood. I won't disclose this particular neighborhood or the coordinates of the exact place in question, though I can find them very easily with Google Maps. It's probably still there. This neighborhood gave me this really cursed vibe, like Children of the Corn, and the house we were staying in seemed doubly eerie. We had just moved in, and as I was always the adventurer and the goth kid, I liked to explore the woods surrounding the neighborhood. Back then, I was raised with having to entertain myself outside, and this translated even to my current adulthood years. I really enjoy getting intentionally lost. The incident felt so strange and uncomfortable, and still makes me feel that way to this day. I went into the woods at the end of my street, and around 20 minutes in, I discovered a swamp. Steam or smoke rose out of it, and dead animal bones all around it. Instantly, I had thought the swamp to be toxic, but I was relieved to see that there were two swans on the water, dunking their heads in, as swans do. I scoped it out and decided to go back another day. Second time I went, I decided a deer skull around the water's edge would look really cool in my room. So I put one from the edge of the swamp in my bag and headed home. Something about that swamp just made me feel like I was being drained. I felt like nihilistic depression, but as a local. It was unsurprisingly after these events that I also began to suffer from the depression that eventually led to my alcoholism. As I headed out of the woods for home, everyone in the neighborhood on the way to my house was out on their front porch or lawn, just staring at me like ventriloquist dummies. They followed me with their gaze as I walked home. I felt like I shouldn't have taken the skull. As a polytheist later in life, I learned to trust this feeling. I dismissed it as childhood fear and superstition and placed this skull on my dresser in my room. The next morning, I woke up with sores all over my face. I had somehow come into contact with poison ivy on my face, which was a surprisingly common occurrence for a young teenage adventurer in Virginia. I just felt like it was a bad idea to have taken the skull, but I figured it was just my own fascination with the uncomfortable feelings of confronting mortality that made me fear it. The same fascination, however, caused me to cling to it, and so it remained on my dresser. And sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night, feeling something was caressing my face. I'd hear a voice wake me from a dead sleep. After a week, I could no longer sleep. That's when the neighbours started showing up, wanting to welcome my family to the neighbourhood. They brought cookies and called one family at a time, once a day, for a week. They seemed very conservative and polite, but so was my family, and so was I. Every family that visited me asked me the same thing. My parents made it a point to tell them that my now scarred up and oozing face was not acne, but poison ivy from the woods. The visitors asked me, "Oh, did you go to the swamp?" And I replied, "Yeah, the one at the end of the street." And they'd say, "Did you see the swans?" At first I thought it was awesome that someone else knew about what I thought was my secret discovery in the woods. But then I started to realize after the second time that they were saying it with increasing fervor and implication in their voice, something my parents noticed. They asked me if I really did see any swans in the woods, and I told them I had. They thought it was weird and shrugged. I was heavily unnerved at this point and slightly hallucinating due to the insomnia I was experiencing. The feeling of something standing by me or over me became very real and very scary in my room, even while awake and even during the day. It occurred to me to try something a 16-year-old Christian kid wouldn't usually do. I had a seance, in part because I was very lonely and hoped for a friend from beyond the veil, and in part because I wanted to try to smooth things over with whatever it was. A few Google searches later, and in the dark of my room with only a candle lit, I started to close my eyes and address the entity directly. The room got really cold, and as I spoke to it, the television in my room turned on to display only static. My radio turned on by itself and played static too, and the skull fell off my dresser. I panicked, and the next morning, I didn't sleep much between then and the next morning, I stuffed the skull back into the bag and went out to the swamp. The swans were still there on the swamp. I instantly placed the skull at the edge of the swamp and apologized to whatever entity was angered that I took it. Like a man hypnotized, some strange insanity called me towards the center of the swamp, to a small peninsula in the middle of where a tree grew. I spaced out, and it seemed there was some elements of missing time. I tried to walk back from the tree. The grass gave way to mud, and I began to sink. Luckily, giant 6-foot teen boy that I was, I pulled myself out of the mud after quite a bit of a struggle. It extended halfway up to my waist, and I walked home. The neighbours stared at me like they did when I took the skull as I walked home, muddled from the belly on down. I went into the house, and my parents asked what happened. I told them I had stepped in deep mud in the swamp and sunk. The creepy stuff slowed, but the next week, the landlord exploded with anger at my family because he did not want to make repairs to the house and told us to leave. He didn't evict us, of course, because he couldn't legally do so, but he said that he would not be making any repairs and that he preferred that we leave. So we let my family out of the lease and we moved from there. I was friends with a girl in the neighbourhood who was incidentally the first person to ask about the swans. We kept in touch until the day I moved out, and then she shut down her Facebook and I never heard from her again. In March of 2020, I planned to go back. I wanted to see if there were swans still there, but with more fleshed out knowledge of the occult and my own belief in the goddess Bridget. I have wondered for a long time if the dead animals were offerings to the swamp, as ancient Celts used to do. A pagan friend of mine in Pennsylvania liked to sink the bones of deer caught in a swamp behind the house. My own family and belief is that there may be something akin to a god or spirit there, and I'd like to make friends with whatever it is. However, I never got the chance. The day before I headed to the swamp, Virgin enforced a mandatory quarantine, and so I headed back home and merely managed to make it after another 6 flight changes. A few days later, the airlines cancelled all flights. I'm not sure if I want to go back. I lived with my parents and my younger brother in a single family home in the southwest of Germany. It was an old house. We moved in when I was 7, and as far as I can remember, everything was fine the first 3 years. When I was 10, my brother and I were on the second floor, and my parents' room was in the basement. Above us, it was just the attic. Around this time, my brother and I started to hear some cracking up from there. Only at night, maybe once a week. The sounds changed over time and got more frequent. It sounded like steps at this point, like someone was walking up and down. We both clearly heard the source of the sound was not static and kind of moving. We heard it maybe every second night at this point, sometimes every day for multiple weeks. Nothing too weird at this point. Many children confused normal sounds with creepy stuff at night. The door to the stairs up there was right next to my door. Basically, it was just a small room containing only the stairs. You can be damn sure. I was always checking twice that the door was locked when I came home from school and before going to bed. When I was 12, my parents went to the birthday of a friend. It wasn't uncommon to let me and my brother alone at such events, as we were really calm and we didn't do weird shit alone. Except for staying up too long. At this time, my brother and I had separate rooms. My brother moved into the third and last room on his floor. I was laying in bed and heard an audiobook on CD. It was about 1 a.m, lights out. The CD stopped, and when I wanted to start the next one, so I stood up and went to the stereo. For some reason, I thought at this exact moment about whether I had checked the lock of the door to the small room when I heard something from the hallway. The doorknob was pressed down really hard, and the door to this tiny room scratched slowly over the door. I say scratched because it was hard to open and close the door. If you would leave it half open in the morning, it would have been half open in the evening. No way it would close by itself, let alone again. I was scared and completely frozen and just stood there. I had the feeling every second that someone or something would come into my room. Felt like hours, but probably was just half an hour. Then I heard the door scratching over the floor again, and the door lock clicking. After another 5 minutes or so, I took all my courage, ran to the door and locked it. Finally, my parents came home and I was able to sleep like 2 hours later. They said I can tell them tomorrow. It must have been a bad dream. Next day, it wasn't necessary to ask my brother whether he had heard the same thing. He seemed really frightened. This was no joke to him. We told our parents. Needless to say, they didn't believe us. We complained earlier about the attic, but never as serious as this time. Got really paranoid after this. Checked the door like 5 times a day. When my mother came up to go there, I was waiting for her to come up back to the door immediately. One evening, about a month later, I walked past this damn door when again the doorknob was pressed from the other side. Something heavy pressed against the door from the other side. It moved like half a centimetre in my direction, but thank God it was locked. I cried. The doorknob was pressed a second time before I ran to my parents' room downstairs. They didn't take it seriously, but my dad agreed to go upstairs. There was nothing that could have moved into the door. No burglaries, no homeless guy or whatever. I still think about that, what I could have seen if the door would have not been locked. About this time, I started to hear a breathing sound. It wasn't like breathing, it was breathing. Breathing in and out, like breathing deep through the nose. I heard it every time I turned off the lights in my room. Only in my room. Only when I was alone. It would stop when the lights were turned on. but started surely when turning them off again. It came from a dark corner of the room, but not the same corner every time. It was also very scary. Not sure whether it was something to do with the other stuff. I slept with a small light until I moved out when I was 22. Really? Like a child, like. Today I'm 28, work as a research assistant and pursue a PhD. People around me would describe me as pretty rational. I shared the apartment for 6 years with my best friend. She moved out 2 weeks ago, and I'm living alone for the first time. The reason I started to think about this topic again and wanted to write it down, and this is by no means some creepy bullshit plot twist at the end, I started to hear the breathing again. Coming from the now empty room, I can hear it when I go to the toilet next to this room. And once I heard it from the hallway, I'm very scared and sleep at my girlfriend's apartment as often as I can. My uncle's house was constructed from zero, but the place where it had been abandoned for a long time before he started building. I have so many stories from there that, to me, prove that it's indeed haunted. But I'll begin with the oldest one I can remember, before there even was a house there. Right next to the house, there's a kindergarten. I studied there when I was a kid, just like my mom and her brothers before me. There was always a playground legend about a man in military uniform who called the kids to go behind the school and then they disappeared. Even as a kid, I remember being so afraid of going to that particular place behind the school, but as I grew, I stopped thinking about it. Fast forward a few years, and my uncle's house had just been finished. One night when I was out doing laundry with my cousin, I decided I wanted to see the kindergarten from above, as it had been years since I saw it on the inside. So we got into the balcony and got a really good view of the place. And after a few seconds, I noticed someone walking in between the classroom and the back of the school. I couldn't see their face, but my whole body tensed as I saw the shadow go through the wall and then disappeared behind the school. I remembered the story from my childhood and still wonder if that was the same man as the kids saw back then. Most of the paranormal experiences I've had have been with said cousin I mentioned earlier. So I do believe her when it comes to paranormal things. She's told me that happened in my uncle's house. One of the scariest ones for her was a time when she had just come home from school and wanted to ask her aunt, let's call her Sarah, if they were going to eat at her grandparents' house or if they will be staying there. So she goes to the bottom of the stairs and yells, "Aunt Sarah, are you here?" To which Sarah's voice responds, "Yes." Then again my cousin yelled, "Are we going to go to Grandma's?" But no one answered after that. After a few minutes without a response, my cousin went to the second floor and started looking for Sarah, but there was absolutely no one there, not a single person. She then called her on the phone only to find out that they had all gone to her grandparents' house and were waiting for her to go as well. She ran out of there and didn't come back for weeks as she was too afraid the voice she heard. I wasn't present when this happened, but it's important to the next story, where I was present. After those and a bunch of other paranormal things happened to her and our family, they decided they would call a priest to bless the house, and invited everyone to pray and later hang out with them. My whole family was there, 20 plus people in the backyard as the priest blessed the house. We were all praying and singing, happy, united, when suddenly, just as the priest was going to climb the stairs to the second floor, a loud voice sounded, as if it was coming from where we were standing, and it said, "Go away." My 14-year-old self was shaking with fear, but the lady that was directing the prayer yelled at us to pray louder, to take each other's hands. A lot of people were crying, with horror at what we had just witnessed. That has to be one of the scariest things I've ever experienced. And for that, I'm convinced that there is something hiding in my uncle's house. Something horrible. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, I went with my parents to a big hardware/gardening store. Those living in Europe probably know which one I'm talking about. And since they had to spend some time choosing tiles and other things, they put me in this ball pit with slides and jumping beds that was full of kids. I remember seeing kids getting into the side holes and then appearing in the ball pit. I wanted to do the same, so I just chose one slide. That slide didn't take me to the ball pit. Instead, I ended up in an empty cube made of plastic that was big enough for me to stand up. I remember I could see the people on the street through the thick plastic wall, but it was still all blurred. I also remember thinking that maybe that part of the playground was still under construction, but why would that slide be open then? Also, how could I be the only kid there? Surely another kid could have used the same slide, but there I was alone. I waited for their 10-15 minutes before trying to climb up the slide. I don't remember how, but in the end I came out of the cube and waited until my parents were done shopping. They picked me up and we went home. I'm 29 now, and I never mentioned any of this to them. Last night, I heard something while half asleep. It must have been around 3 or 4 a.m, maybe later, and everything was very quiet. It was a very faint sound, like the sound when someone is quietly walking and slightly brushing against their own leg, or the sound of someone sliding a piece of paper on a table. As I became aware of it, that's what triggered it. I felt my heart rate rise, my ears popping, like they were expanding, as if they pointed to the sound source, and I perceived my surroundings becoming louder and louder. It literally felt as if I was turning up the volume in my head, until it became unbearably loud. Perhaps I heard my neighbour next door. It may also have been someone walking outside. I don't remember, and or couldn't tell because it was such a surreal experience. I don't know if I was becoming more frightened because these quiet sounds were so loud. It felt like someone was in the room, or because the turning up the volume thing was so intense and surreal. The weirdest thing was that as the volume actually got to the points where it was absolutely unbearably loud, I heard something I can only compare to what you might hear when a computer has a graphics or audio error or glitch. I heard that in my head. Like actually digital type of noise, as if my audio driver was overloaded and had to reboot. I don't know how to describe the sounds, but I'm sure I could recreate it quite easily on a computer. A stuttering, crunching, distorted, algorithmic type of sound. After that, I remember just kind of like, what the fuck just happened? And the volume was immediately much quieter after that, and I just fell back to sleep. It started at the beginning of December, when my mom was walking past her room and suddenly jumped. She claimed she saw a dark-haired little girl sitting on her bed and told us she didn't look right, that her face was all dark, like she was wearing a black mask. Since then, we've been getting a lot of activity, seeing things in the corner of our eyes, our Xbox turning on by itself, things disappearing and then reappearing, things moving on their own. And recently, we've started hearing voices, but not like little girls or anything like that. We've been hearing family members' voices. Last night, my mom claimed she heard my brother screaming for help, when really he was sleeping in his room. And while I was doing dishes, I thought I heard my mom calling me from the living room, when she was actually in her room sleeping. And I thought I saw something standing in the corner of my brother's room. It was tall and completely dark, like some kind of shadow monster, and I felt watched the whole time afterwards. So, I really need to know, is this entity dangerous? It hasn't done anything bad, but it is starting to scare us. I've never encountered something like this before, and I'm curious. I've been living in the same house with my father for most of my life. When I was young, I had scary things I saw in my bedroom at night, mainly a cloaked man who resembled death, who would float out of the wall on one side of my room and go through the opposite side. It would be a nightly occurrence, to the point where I knew it would happen and I would hide under my covers, sweating while knowing what was happening around me. It used to be a joke that I slept in a cocoon. I wouldn't just experience things like this at my house, it would be at others as well. Once I was around 8 or 9 and had a sleepover at my cousin's place. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, covers wrapped over my head so just my eyes and nose were visible. I noticed a pair of legs standing in front of my face. I felt immediate terror and couldn't bear to look up. I just pretended to be asleep and never spoke of it again. At my grandparents' house I'd sleep over, again about 9 years old, and would constantly have experiences of hearing footsteps coming to my door and then continuing down past my room. My door would be open so I could see no one was there. I woke up one time and was face to face with a dog, but quickly wrapped the sheets back over my face and prayed it would go away. Anyways, all these experiences and more I had put off being young, tired, or just made up in my head because ghosts aren't real. Until last night, which confirms all my experiences. Well, the other night, I was sitting in my room reading with my dog on my bed, as I usually do. It was about 12:30 a.m. I then had heard a light thud at my door, and when I had looked up, my shower towel that hangs on the back of my door started swaying lightly. It then stopped for a second or two and began swaying a bit more aggressively. At this point, fear and terror took over and I yelled out, "Spirit, you are not welcome here." At that point, I had said that the towel was thrown off the hooks on the back of my door, scaring both me and my dog. Since this has happened, it's validated that spirits are real, and I've been trying to find answers, but I don't really know where to look. Everyone I've spoken to doesn't seem to believe me or have some other far-fetched explanation. The whole thing sounds like a joke and stupid, but I have no explanation as to why or how this happened. I should also add that there was no vent near my towel. Windows are closed as it's winter, and very cold. My door was closed so nothing external from the room could have affected it. I just feel alone and terrified every night. Just needed somewhere to vent and maybe connect to others whose experiences might be similar. One day in the fall of 2005, I came home after school to watch some TV and unwind from another day in the shit show that was my freshman year of high school. I sat on the couch and turned on the TV, and a strange image was displayed on it. Instead of our usual dish cable, there was an image of a room with white walls. The image seemed to be from what I think to be my own point of view. I could see 3 pairs of feet sticking out of the sheets at the end of the bed, with an antique wrought iron footboard. The exact same kind of footboard on my parents' bed. The feet were that of a woman, a man, and a kid, and looked eerily similar to my own feet and that of my mother and stepfather. Also in this room was a tall blonde man in a tan suit, standing about 10 feet away from the bed, with his hands in his pockets, and he was looking away from us at this very large, disembodied face that was looking right at the screen. The weirdest thing is that the face was that of the tall blonde man. At first, I thought there was just something wrong with the TV or with the cable system, so I did some light troubleshooting. Just the simple stuff like turning the TV and cable box off and back on again. Nothing changed, not a problem. I thought I'd just unplug everything and that would reset things, and I'd be back to flipping through the channels. I was wrong. I even tried unplugging the cable box while the TV was plugged in, and tried changing inputs to any of our 4 different inputs, and nothing changed. This haunting image with eyes that followed my every move wouldn't go away. Every time we turned on our TV, that was all we would see. This went on for 4 days. We called the dish, and by the time the technician came by, our TV had reverted back to normal function. And he said, as far as he could tell, there was never anything wrong with our cable box. We still don't know why the image was on our TV, or why we couldn't remove it on our own. But every now and then, when I close my eyes, I see the image I saw on the TV those days, and the piercing eyes of the blonde man, and it sends chills down my spine. Last night was a really hot summer night, and my window was wide open while I was at my PC. I heard a noise and realised there was a huge bug flying around my lamp, and I freaked out. I'm generally scared of bugs. I ran to get the bug spray and sprayed all over the lamp until it died, but far from away, almost outside of my room. Bug dead. I'm hyperventilating and decide to stay at the window to catch my breath. And that's when I saw the most horrifying scene of my life. I live on the 5th floor and was checking the building in front of mine. This window caught my attention because I saw some movement, and in a span of seconds there was someone climbing it, swinging a leg outside and throwing themselves. I panicked. My body instinctively turned away, and I was waiting to hear the sound of them hitting the ground. But nothing happened. I looked back at the building entrance and couldn't see anything because there was a lot of trees. My whole body was shaking. I'm crying and was unlocking my phone to call the police. But I'm also scared to do so because I don't know if what I saw was real. I didn't call the police and decided to call my boyfriend to tell him what I saw. He tried to calm me down and said that if there was nothing there, it was probably an illusion. I stayed on the call with him and went to bed, but worried I'd listened to sirens at any time. Next day, today, I woke up super early to hit the gym and saw that window was closed. I was relieved and scared at the same time because I knew what I saw. It wasn't like a blurred figure or anything. It was a legit person. Anyway, I came home from the gym and started to check the building again. That's when I realised all those windows had some kind of bars or safety nets, yet the one I saw last night had nothing. I'm planning to wait till nighttime to see if I can recognise which apartment it was by the lighting and see if there's a net or something. So my questions are, logical thinking. Could I have had a hallucination due to inhaling the bug spray? I'd love to hear that inhaling small quantities of it could cause that. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? Was it a failed reality leap or bug in the Matrix? I thought about it and relieved all the images in my head, and I honestly don't think I could have been another scenario. As I mentioned in one of my replies, I saw this person climb the window and hold themselves against it, standing up on the edge with the upper part of the body still inside the room. The window looked similar to mine, so I guess it was about 1.3 meters in height. Standing up, the person swung their right leg outside, like hesitating for a moment, and the next second, almost like an impulse, threw themselves out. Their backs facing the floor. Their bodies fell rapidly, and that's when I turned away. It was like you could feel the intent of it. I tried last night to search for information about it, but not being the building I live in, not knowing anyone that lives there, and the construction itself being probably 20 plus years old, it was very hard to find any information. Also, there's no public library nearby, and going to the police station feels like I'd just get myself in trouble for looking crazy. So that's a no, for now. I think the best thing for me is to make sure I keep living my life the best I can, and take care of those close to me. I thought about the many outcomes, and I guess the best one for me, as for the moment, is to just leave it. I did put some salt in my window though, as I'm now inclining myself to believe it was some sort of hallucination and heavy energy around. I still couldn't bring myself to read the many theories about the residual energy, or the stone tape theory, because I'm too scared. Inner Suburbs, England, 28th of December, 2006. I know this date because it was the day before my 16th birthday. A close friend of mine had invited me to a house party that evening and said I could stay at his parents' place after. Around 8ish, we headed over to the party. I didn't know the girl whose house it was, but I knew a few people there. It was a fun party. We drank a few beers and laughed like the goofy teens that we were, and probably around 1 in the morning, and now, technically my birthday, my friend and I headed back to turn in for the night. We got to his place, and he showed me through the back of their house on the ground floor, where his mom had made a sofa bed for me in their conservatory. I had assumed I'd be crashing on his bedroom floor like I had done in the past, so this was a win. He went upstairs to hit the hay, and I settled in. Shortly after, his cat, whose name I forget, jumped up onto the bed for some fuss. I stroked the cat and soon fell asleep. An unknown amount of time later, I awoke suddenly because the cat had been sleeping next to me and had jumped off the bed violently and sprinted out the room. As I opened my eyes, there was an intense, bright white light beaming through the glass and perspex roof of the conservatory, seemingly shining directly at me. I could still perceive darkness in my periphery, which told me it was still night. And then, it was morning. I was laying in the bed on my back, looking up at the sky. This was extremely disorientating. What was that light? When did I see it? Was that just now? It can't have been. The strangest thing was that I was very aware of the fact that I hadn't gone through the process of waking up. I was just there, fully awake. I think the best way to describe this is like cutting out a segment of film and stitching the ends together, or like skipping a scene while watching a movie. My phone said it was around 9 in the morning, and I could hear someone in the kitchen making breakfast, so I got dressed and carried on with my day. I labelled the event as weird and stored it away in the back of my mind. I'll add here that if the roles were reversed and it was someone telling me this story, I'd be pretty skeptical. First of all, any time I hear a story involving someone in bed asleep, I always think that a vivid or weird dream is the culprit. And secondly, when it comes to the bright light and then being awake, anyone will be justified in thinking, yeah, genius, that's called waking up. But the point I want to emphasize here is that we've all woken up thousands of times before, if you're old like me. And some of those times can be quite disorientating, but this was a completely different experience to waking up. So there it is. It's been just over 14 years since this happened, and I've never breathed a word to anyone about it, not even my wife. There is the obvious abduction implication to this story, but I'm not sure exactly where I stand on that subject, and taken at face value, this experience doesn't actually include aliens or spacecraft, etc. I've often wondered if hypnotic regression would shed any light on this, but I'm actually afraid of what it might bring up. Also, is the fact that it was my 16th birthday somehow significant? To date, it's the only really weird experience I've ever had. I'd love to hear suggestions, or if anyone has had a similar experience. When I was around 12, my younger brother was 6. We went on a family holiday to France and stayed in an old monk's monastery that had been converted into a holiday cottage. Downstairs was a lounge and a kitchen, all with the original stone walls and flooring. To the right, there was a large spiral wooden staircase, leading upstairs to 2 large bedrooms and a bathroom. On the first day we got there, my parents were tired from the drive. My brother and I were sharing a large room with 2 single beds. The only other piece of furniture was a massive wooden closet that was intricately carved. I can only compare it to the wardrobe from The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. My brother's bed was next to it, and mine was at the opposite side of the room. Being kids, we weren't tired. We each laid on our separate beds facing away from each other, playing on our Nintendo DS Lites until we got too tired and then each tried to nap. For a short while, my brother makes a noise. I ignore it and carry on. He shouts to me, For God's sake, stop breathing down my neck. I snapped back at him, being argumentative siblings, explaining that I didn't. I thought he was winding me up, so I ignored it. Shortly after, he jumped up to face me and again shouted, "All I can hear you is breathing down my neck. I'm telling Mum." After that, it's needless to say I was so scared that I ran straight to my parents' room in terror, past the wardrobe that made a loud creak as I did so. It still gives me chills to this day, thinking about it. The next night, we all slept in my parents' room in their bed. We were all terrified. During the night, you could hear what I could only describe as heavy footsteps walking up the spiral wooden staircase that connected the hallway outside of their room to the downstairs lounge. During the course of the holiday, we got used to this, to be honest, as we just summed it up to maybe other people next door being loud. Although it's worth remembering it here, as we didn't know if we had neighbours on that side or not. My younger brother grew increasingly nervous around bedtime each night, scared of what may happen. To give him a change of scenery and ease his mind, as he hated my parents' room, we went and all slept in what was to be our original room with 2 single beds. I slept with my mum and my brother with my dad. I don't know what time we heard an almighty crash. My dad doesn't believe in the paranormal, but he thought maybe someone broke in, so he got up to go and look. He didn't look for long and came back and said everything was fine. The next morning, my mum and I went into the parents' room to give it a clean, and the bedside lamp was on the floor, smashed. I was really scared being young, but my parents tried to rationalise it again to strong winds, though no windows were open, especially as my dad checked that night. My dad said he didn't see the lamp on the floor as it was dark when he was looking around, and it was behind the bed. We were meant to be staying in the conversion for 7 days, but after this, we left early. On day 5, I was upstairs with my mum in the bathroom. I needed a shower, but the shower was an old silver one that was connected through the stone. It was really stiff, and my mum couldn't twist it to turn it on properly. My dad and brother were out on a walk. We decided to brush our teeth, and then my mum tried again. For this to happen, my mum had to put her whole arm into the shower to get to the back, where the nozzle was located. After a few tries, my mum gave in. She started walking back to the door where I stood, as I was super scared of being in any room in that place. As she walked to me, the shower turned itself on. We both screamed and ran downstairs to wait for my brother and dad. I like to have explanations for things that happen, as I'm a 70-30 skeptic myself. But honestly, I don't have one for this day. It was unpredictable and unexplainable, and I'll never forget it. Our next door neighbours on the left were French, but through broken English and French, they told us that cans in their kitchen moved every night, as when they woke up in the morning, they were in a different location. Each night, we heard footsteps, and although I don't remember it myself, perhaps I was too young, my mum said the one thing that scared her the most was the sounds of moaning and deep groaning at night. After the shower incident, we just felt scared and uneasy in the home and made the sad decision to leave 2 days early. We drove up to the owner's house and said we wanted to leave early. We gave no information about what happened. He began to apologise and gave us our full deposit back and refunded us for the 2 nights lost. This leads me to believe we aren't the first to have done it. I had a dream where I was at my friend's house and was walking to their garage where we'd smoke weed. Now that I think about it, that garage didn't exist. It was a fabricated smoking room in my dream. Also, none of my friends were there. Anyways, I open the door and I'm immediately paralysed by this thing sitting and staring at me with white, piercing, bright eyes with pupils, legs crossed on their futon. Its eyes looked human, but like he put in white eye contacts. His head was huge. Well, he was huge. You could tell he was imposing even though he was sitting down. Standing up, he'd be well over 7 feet. He had a goat head, but his horns were pointed down around his head, and they were massive. They reached around the side of his face, almost touching his chin. He had a goat face, but flatter and wider, with a black snout and bright red skin in other places across his face, almost as if by design. Very similar to Darth Maul or the demon from Insidious, but it was his skin, not face paint. He was wearing a black robe which covered most of his body, except his hooves. He has hooves like a goat and they were huge. I can't remember his fur colour, either brown, black or red. I don't remember what his hands looked like. He wasn't very expressive with them. He was calm and still when he spoke and didn't move much, which brings me to the next part. I was paralysed at first until he started talking. He spoke with 2 voices, much like in exorcism movies, and boy was he charming. The most charming and charismatic being I've ever spoken to. As soon as he started talking, I was immediately calmed down. Everything I'd say, he'd have a witty and charming response. He was so easy to speak with, I didn't even care that he resembled something else of Dante's Inferno, with a voice that was incredibly disturbing and unworldly. None of that mattered. He was chill as fuck. I don't remember what our conversation was about, but I know we shot the shit for what felt like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I left the room. I remember leaving on good terms with him. It felt like talking to an interesting friend. And then I woke up. I felt confused waking up. On one hand, I had just spoken with a demon. On the other hand, he was cool, interesting, and I didn't get on his bad side. Fast forward to 8 months. I'm dating a Native American girl. I've always been fascinated with the paranormal, and natives tend to be very open about that stuff, so I tell her about my dream. As I'm describing the thing I spoke with, her eyes lit up. She eagerly tells me to finish my story before she lets me know everything. After I'm done, she's like, "Holy shit, you spoke with Hoofman." She then tells me her cousin recently had a dream where she was visited by him and described him in the exact same way. Darth Maul skin, robes, etc. And this was before I knew him, much less her cousin. Apparently, Hoofman appears in your dreams and either just talks to you or asks you for something, and if you say no, something terrible happens to you. I don't think he asked me for anything. I never got the feeling of having to give up anything during my dream. I think we just kicked it. Weird for me to dream about him as I'm not native, like, at all. Thank you, 23andMe. And I had no idea he existed. This could totally be me making up this figure in my head, being influenced by the demon's design on Insidious or something. But at that point, I haven't seen that movie for 8 years and I've only seen it once. I've also heard your mind can't make up faces in your dreams. Not sure how true that is, but this thing definitely had a unique facial structure I've never seen before, and it could emote like a human. I moved about 4 hours away from my hometown for college and stayed here to date. Every time I want to visit my parents, I will leave on a Friday night after work. Make sure I reach them at late night. At least I have the full Saturday with them before I drive back to the city on Sunday evening. Unfortunately, it gets pretty tiring driving after week-long work. One day, I was just too tired to drive. I know I shouldn't rush and should get some rest before continuing driving. Despite multiple stops to get some shut-eye, drank coffees and energy drinks, I'm just too tired to continue. Until I come to a point I'm about 1.5 hours away from my hometown. I stopped at a petrol station, drove to the side where there was less lighting, and tried to get some good sleep before continuing driving. This place had less lighting because it was close to a forest along the highway. There, I had this weird dream. I was actually still sleeping on my chair in the dream, but it was inside a bus and the person sitting next to me woke up to talk with me. We were talking about normal stuff for a short while. Then comes the weird part. He wanted to show me some photos. While going through the photos, there was one photo of me sleeping inside my car. The photo was taken from the passenger seat. I asked him how he got the photo. His smiling face turned very angry. Like, very angry. The dream reverted back to my car by now. I'm seated in the driver's seat, the person in the passenger seat from where the photo was taken. Now, I asked him what he was doing in my car. He asked me back, I'm asking you the same. What are you doing in my place? This time, I woke up to reality. I didn't say a single word. Wide awake now, just drove back to my hometown without a single stop. My fastest 1-hour drive ever on that road. After a few years, I was telling my close friend about this weird dream. When he asked me where it was, I told him, remember when we were driving last time? You had a leg cramp and swerved your car 180 and hit the divider about 50 meters from there. My friend's face now turned pale and he said, my leg wasn't cramped that day. I saw something weird running across and tried to avoid it. I lied back then because when I look back, that thing wasn't there. I was scared, confused, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Around 2009 or 10, me and my friends decided we would ghost hunt. So my buddy found out about an old burnt down house in the country. The backstory behind this haunting is that a woman lived in that property and was into the occult activities. She had brought some local children to the house and they were never seen again. This angered the locals and they burnt her house down with her in it. I can't verify the accuracy of that story, it's just what I was told. Anyway, we go there in the middle of the night with our cell phones trying to each catch EVPs or something. We're there for a while and we catch something that sounded like a voice but otherworldly. I can't remember exactly what was said. Anyway, we decided to leave. So we rushed to the vehicle after hearing the recording. The person trailing behind all of us claims she felt a breath on her neck so she rushed faster. We go home, no problem. I live in this house at the time that always creeps me out. I would see shadow people periodically walking through my room at night. My dog hated the room. He wouldn't even go in there. My dog used to do random things like stare at the ceiling or into the closet and growl or bark aggressively. Anyways, I say all that to outline the fact that I've already had multiple paranormal experiences before this one that spooked me the most. So post ghost hunt, I go home. I'm already creeped out by the house and my room, so I set my TV to sleep every night a few hours after I fall asleep. I set the TV up like normal and passed out. An hour or so later, I wake up and look at the TV and it's on white noise. It shouldn't have been like that because my mum had satellite TV with premium channels. I had left it on a premium channel, so I was tripping out on it being on the white noise and grainy. Then I start hearing muffled moaning. Think covering someone's face with a pillow and them struggling to yell or something. So I look into the mirror directly across from my bed and I see what looks like a pale woman with long greasy hair and a dirty dress crawling down my wall directly towards me. At this point, I spaz out and my TV turns off. So it's dark and I frantically hit the light switch to see nothing. The weirder part is the next morning I woke up to take a shower, and as I'm walking towards the shower, I look in the mirror and notice scratches down the middle of the back. This was the first and last time I had seen anything manifest in that way. I think it was clearly something following me home. I wasn't really freaked until I went to bed that night. Everything was fine. I felt kind of creeped, but nothing unusual for an 11 or 12-year-old in a new house. I woke up in the middle of the night, no idea what time it was. I remember it so vividly, literally everything, even the way I was laying on the bed. I woke up with my head tilted, directly staring into the upper corner of the room, and I saw a young boy just sitting up there in the corner. He was wearing modern clothes though, nothing weird about his appearance, but of course I was startled as hell and jumped. After I startled, he disappeared. He didn't like to fade out or anything, literally just there 1 second and gone the next. I rolled over. The hall light was on, and I saw a man's shadow move across the floor. I don't remember much after that. Now, I know that seems like it could be a nightmare. Scared the hell out of me, but whatever. I begged to not have to sleep in that room, but nobody believed me, obviously. From that point on, as I was falling asleep, I'd hear a voice in my ear. Not a whisper or anything, but more like a distant shout or just a word. I don't remember any of what it was though. One night, I was falling asleep, and as I was about to close my eyes, I saw a black skirt beside me, as if someone was sitting very close to my head. Jumped up, and it was gone. Once, while I was in that room, my stepbrother came in, and when he left, he started crying. I didn't really care much because I figured he tripped or stepped on something, but my stepdad came in and shouted at me for throwing a plastic toy at him. I insisted that I didn't, because I didn't. Another thing about this room is there was always like a weird shadow coming from it. It could have been the architecture of the house, but I swear it was foreboding. I have one more clear memory of weird shit going down in that bedroom. From my account at least. I'm not a religious person, not anymore at least. But at the time I was, so I thought maybe bringing a Bible into the room would help. And as I sat reading it, I swear to fuck, there was breathing in the wall behind me. Raspy breathing. I ran out of there and outright refused to be in there anymore, and started sleeping on the couch or at relatives' houses. I'm guessing it wasn't an indicator that the Bible was significant. My guess is that whatever it was playing with me, letting me know that the Bible wasn't a safety net. One night when I was gone, my mom and stepdad got into a fight, and he ended up sleeping in my room. He stopped getting mad that I wouldn't sleep in there, and I got to move to a different room. One night, we were alone together, and I asked why I got to move rooms. I want to say that this was a horrible man, an abuser, someone who was awful to me. And he started crying. He said that when he slept in there, he saw a shadow across the wall of the room, holding a rifle or shotgun or something like that, and a man's voice. He wasn't sure if the man was talking to him or not, but he said the voice was talking about having to protect the children. He wouldn't tell me anything else, but he was straight up crying and I was stunned. No one went in that room anymore. My mom started to get freaked by the room when my infant sister's blankets ended up in the closet in the room somehow. I guess I wanted to post this to see what people thought, because although what I mostly experienced were 2 children, there was also a man. And I felt terror in that room. Demons? Spirits? I don't know. I'm not very well versed in paranormal terminology. I suppose I just wanted some opinions. This occurred in a medium-sized town in Oklahoma, if that's relevant. I've had people try to say the classic Native American spirits or whatever, but as I said, the children I saw were wearing modern clothes. ETA that my step-grandma told me some weird shit about the house too, but not just the room. She said she'd be babysitting and hear little footsteps down the hall. Get up and check and see that both kids were asleep. The kid that had my room before I did would complain about scratching in the wall, but that could have been rodents. He moved out of the room because my stepdad lost custody, so every other weekend they stayed over. They just slept in the living room with my stepdad. She said that my stepdad's ex would come home to the kitchen cabinets being open, but thought it was just my stepdad messing with her. Two years ago, I was sent to Utah to help build a large warehouse in Jordan, which is one of the many smaller cities surrounding Salt Lake City. I was happy to get out of my home state, Arizona, and get into the lovely fall weather and mountain cool air that SLC is known for, as well as getting all the incentives the company was offering for out-of-state work. My crew had about 4 days off the entire month of October, so we took every opportunity to explore the city and experience nature. I looked into all the local hiking trails and was able to find Donut Falls on a hiking list. The falls looked impressive in the photos online. It ran through a cave and fell into a creek that went down the mountain. Just the type of scenic nature I miss out on in Phoenix. That Saturday, we were working along another shift. It was a beautiful cloudy day with fluffy, humid snow showers. We got out just after noon, and I invited my 2 co-worker buddies to come along. I returned to my hotel, did a quick change into casual winter wear, canvas shoes, jeans, sweater with layers, and met my co-workers downstairs where we all piled into my car. My heater had just gone out that week, but I wasn't concerned about it as the fan still worked, and we were dressed plenty warm for the mild evening chill. The snow was still quite light, so we hadn't planned for any intense weather on the trip, plus working in 0 degrees weather overnights had accumulated us to the cold conditions. We drove the short distance from South Jordan to Big Cottonwood Canyon and made our way up the winding road, taking in all the woodland ambience that surrounded us. The road eventually passed a small parking area that opened up to the Donut Falls trailhead. We parked and prepared for our trek up the trail. The snow had started to pick up and was now making larger flakes, but we brushed it off because a little inclement weather wasn't about to stop our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see some amazing wilderness. The hike was pleasant. We had a snowball fight, shared a flask, and told stories about skinwalkers and our cultural folklore. The trail was mildly challenging. It followed a creek up the canyon, crossed it several times, and even wove through trees and light brush. We passed what I believe was a small ranger cabin about halfway up the trail, and the forest began to become more dense around us as we progressed. Just before dusk, we reached the falls, where we had to maneuver over the creek and around a little pond that formed in the valley between boulders below the falls. Everything was covered in snow and water, which rewarded each of us with wet shoes and photos of the scenery. While I was balancing on a boulder, trying not to slip into freezing water for a photo, 2 distinct figures poked up across the pond/creek that we had to shimmy our way around to reach the falls. They were quite a distance away from us, about 100 plus feet, so I wasn't able to take in all the intricate details of their facial features, but I was able to discern a middle-aged man and woman. She held onto the man's arms while his other arm extended above and held a black umbrella over them both. What made them notable was the fact that they were wearing completely black outfits. Black trench coats, black pants, black boots, black gloves, and black hats. This was out of the ordinary from all the hikers we passed on the way up, all who wore standard hiking attire, windbreakers, snow jackets, hiking boots, etc. I pointed them out to my co-workers, and we continued to take photos of each other while the snow continued to weigh heavier and the clouds quickly began to lose their luminescence. The couple stood atop the trail at the beginning of the pond, took in the view for a few minutes, then turned and disappeared down the trail faster than they had appeared. Seeing that the couple didn't even take the time to get close to the falls, we realised that we had to head back down the trail if we wanted to make it back, before we got snowed in or it became completely dark. We quickly made our way around the pond and creek back to where the couple was, trying to see if we could catch up closer to them so our groups would be a little closer. I assumed they were locals and knew the trail better. We caught up to where they were standing, but to our surprise, there was no sign of anyone being in the area, not a single print. A playful panic began to rise as we started to jog back down the creek, looking for signs of the couple or the trail. While we rushed down, we came into a fork in the creek. We weren't sure which way led back to the trailhead, but I was able to convince my co-workers to trust my intuition and take the left fork despite their desire to take the other. We continued along the creek and found the ranger cabin, which indicated to us that we were in the clear. Soon enough, we had reached my car. Then after clearing the 2 inches of snow that had accumulated and some fancy ice driving in the dark, we were back in Salt Lake City. The image of that mysterious couple we encountered that year stuck with me. I have no idea who they were, what they were doing up there, where they came from, or where they went. We found no signs of anybody being on the trail on our way down. I looked at the trail on satellite images and found no alternative locations or trails they could have gone to. In hindsight, it was foolish to be on the trail that late in such conditions. I briefly looked into local legends, but never found anything similar to the couple we saw. Utah has an interesting history with religion and colonization. It's Ted Bundy country after all. I have no doubt that SLC attracts dark paranormal entities, but since I haven't found any resemblance in local legends, I simply identify them as Death and his companion, Misery. The day I heard the knocking, a sister-in-law texted me in the morning at 8:46 to ask if I had knocked on her and Jay's room. I texted back no, and that her text had woken me up. Elle was still in his room talking to his girlfriends. Once I got up and went to the living room, she explained that literally 5 minutes before she texted me, she was falling back asleep when she clearly heard someone knocking on her door. She got up to answer, and no one was there. Elle then started saying how 2 weeks prior, our dad had told him to lock the front door before he went to sleep. He agreed, said he would do it, and went back to what he was doing. Elle accidentally fell asleep, and he said someone whispered the front door right next to his ear. He first thought he imagined it, but Kovu was in his room also sleeping, and he also raised his head and looked around the room, like he heard the whisper too. Eventually, he did get up to lock the door. Elle and I joked around that there was a ghost, and sister-in-law, who's never experienced anything paranormal, got kind of spooked but tried to play it off by jokingly saying she would use her rosary for protection. Elle explained to sister-in-law that every house we've ever lived in was coincidentally haunted, and something always happened. I rebutted with, the houses were our family. Fast forward to my family deciding to go bowling that night, and I stayed behind to take care of the puppies. My family left around 5 or 6 p.m, and I decided to just chill in my room and use my computer. I made sure all the puppies were inside, my cats were inside, and I made sure all the doors were locked even though the sun was still out. I was pretty much comfortable in my room. Daisy and Kovu were sleeping on the floor, Lola and Chico were on my bed. The cats were in their tower, and the puppies were knocked out after running around in the backyard with their parents all day. It was quiet. I was listening to music, and then I noticed that the dogs were moving. It's like one of those moments where you're so focused on what you're doing, and then notice something isn't right. Kovu and Daisy were walking in and out of my room, and Chico and Lola had their heads raised, quite confused. I removed my headphones, and just very slightly, I could hear soft knocking. I thought I was imagining it at first. Normally when someone's on our property, the dogs go crazy and start barking. Even the puppies were picking up their parents' habits and would start barking too. But they were quiet, still sleeping in the laundry room, and the older dogs, they were hearing it, but they looked just as confused. I instantly went to check, thinking it was our elderly neighbour who was living by herself, thinking maybe she needed help. The knocking was coming from the front door, and our neighbour always made sure to knock on the sliding door. It took me a minute to register that she wasn't knocking, and I was already standing in our kitchen, looking out the window, looking at no one. Here's the kicker. Both the front door and the back door have an exterior metal door, and I heard someone knocking on the interior door, which is wood. I then remembered that I had knocked with both doors, so the knocking should have been on the exterior door. My brain immediately went to coyotes, as we live in the lower desert in an agricultural city, and my parents have chickens in the back. So I let the dogs outside, thinking they would go running to the back to chase the coyote. They didn't. Then I remembered that it was knocking, not scratching, so I immediately thought someone was trying to break into the house, since there were no cars in the driveway. I waited for the dogs to start running to the backyard, but all they did was look in the direction of the sliding door, completely quiet and still confused. All 4 of them. I looked to the back too and realised the lights were off and I couldn't see anything. I still wasn't sure what was going on, but I was starting to get an inkling that it wasn't a living person who knocked on the door. I went back inside to put on my sandals and get my phone, closing the exterior door behind me, thinking the dogs would start barking at any moment. Once I had everything I needed, I went to check on the dogs again. They still hadn't moved away from where they were and were still looking toward the sliding door. As soon as I was going into the laundry room to turn the lights from the backyard, my parents were entering our driveway, and that's when the dogs started barking in excitement. This happened on the first day of October. Nothing else happened after that. I told my brother what happened, but waited a couple days to tell sister-in-law, since I didn't want to scare her more. But yeah, our house ghost knocked on my door 10 minutes before my parents and siblings came back from bowling. So roughly 10 years ago, I went on a 3-week holiday with my girlfriend. We booked a beautiful private villa in a town called Canggu. It had a double bedroom, a big lounge and a swimming pool with a view over the rice paddies. To get to the entrance of the villa, we had to walk through an alley, and on the left of that was a big fenced off house. I always take notice of my surroundings when I'm in a new place, and it looked to me that this place was occupied by locals. Their cars were behind the fence, and I saw a dog walking around on the property. On the second night, that dog started barking. My family has owned dogs since I was little, so I know it's normal for a dog to bark out of fear occasionally, so I let it be. But I was checking out that place with a bit more attention. I'm curious about nature and now inclined to start asking around if anyone knew something about the situation. The Balinese boy who came to manage the pool didn't speak English too well, so I asked the cleaning lady. She was very nice and told me that the residents were still living there, but were out of town for some reason. I also asked if she knew if the dog was getting any attention from the owners, and she replied that the residents came in every day around noon to manage things. So now it's the 4th night and the dog is still barking at night. It starts as soon as it gets dark, and I'm beginning to worry about the 4-legged furball. I tried to calm it a couple times by calling it to the fence, but it was just too frightened to come near. So the next day, I'm out on post at noon, and indeed I see someone at the house. I walked up and said hi, but not speaking English, so I started making barking sounds and pointing to their fence. Didn't make sense to the guy. I guess he was in a hurry. All of a sudden he walked out with a forced smile. Then the 5th morning, I'm looking in the bathroom mirror and I got bags under my eyes. So does my girlfriend, but she's more capable of zoning out the noise of the dog and falling asleep anyway. I'm calling the owner of our villa now, and since they're Dutchies too, it makes it pretty easy to explain what's happening. They told me they were out of town and wouldn't be back until after the weekend. I told them about the neighbour dog barking me out of my sleep for 4 days straight, and they comforted me saying they will compensate us for it. Just visit us after the weekend and we'll sort things out. 5th night. We fell asleep around midnight, but it woke me up again. Dog was in terror and I decided to check it out again. This wasn't normal and I was getting more frustrated and agitated, thinking how I could shut that dog's trap. I know it's not the dog's fault, but I needed a quick solution to shut it up and get some sleep after 4 nights. So in the dead of night, I got a bucket and filled it with water, sneaked up stealth mode and threw it over the fence. I couldn't see the dog, but I knew it was a hit because it gave a single surprised bark and then it stopped. I stayed there for a little bit to see if anything weird was going on, and I just got this weird vibe around me. One I recognised and gave me goosebumps. I rushed back to bed and fell into a deep, deep sleep. Now it starts to get weird. In my dream that same night, I'm aware I'm dreaming and something is attacking me. I get pinned down and I'm not able to move anymore. I know I'm dreaming and I force myself to wake up, but I can't. While I'm fighting this thing off in my dream, I wake up and realise I'm still fighting it. It takes quite some force to release the weight off me, and I'm making sounds as if I'm weightlifting far above my strength. I literally feel my stomach being pushed down to the max, and I'm in survival mode, struggling to push it off as it slowly floats away. The transition from dream to wake states was so weird. I'm screaming at it in my dream, putting up the fight. I wake up and I'm roaring and still fighting while an intense force is crushing my stomach and chest. When finally I come to my senses, I'm sitting straight up in bed next to my girl who slept through it all. I had to meditate a bit and fell asleep again and told my girl the story when we woke up. Weird thing is that after that night, the dog stopped barking and everything turned normal. After the weekend, I got in touch with the owners and they told me the neighbours got in a family fight. The cleaning lady was familiar with the neighbours and she told me eventually that voodoo was used in the family affair. It turned so bad for the neighbours that they had to flee their house and were living with their family. They left that dog to protect the property, poor dog, and only were brave enough to visit the place during the day. The owner we rented the place for gave us that first week for free. My girlfriend wanted to visit the hospital in KCMO that had been abandoned since 2001, built in 1906, so we went with her parents. In the beginning, we couldn't find the entrance, and as we walked around the building, I began to feel somewhat sick to my stomach, almost as if I had to use the restroom and couldn't hold it. We finally found a side entrance double door that had been sealed off with wood stapled down the middle. We had ripped it apart and were able to pull the doors open to go inside, then shut the doors behind us to avoid others coming in and possibly scaring us. It has a total of 6 floors, with a basement included and an elevator that no longer functions. As we began walking, I still had that very ill sensation, as if I couldn't bear to hold what was inside me. We started exploring and it just got worse. We ended up exploring the entire building, from the basement where the morgue was to the 6th floor. Had some spirits where there were needles, used fluid bags and other prior hospital utilities that should have definitely been thrown away before closing out. Finally, 2 hours and 10 minutes later, we left the building and I overall felt a sense of relief. The very next day, in my house, around 12:51 a.m, I remembered something in my garage, right next to me as my room is by the basement. Made a loud noise, and my first reaction was that my husky was inside, and I texted my sister, she's 19, to come downstairs. I was gaming at the time and didn't think much of it. She asked what I wanted, and I asked if Sophie, our husky, was inside, and she said no, so I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I heard a loud noise in the garage. And she was hesitant about looking, but finally did. She noticed this plastic container had been knocked down. It had all 4 wheels, nothing on top. It just went about a foot away from the cage it was next to. We were kind of like, oh, okay. We didn't know what exactly could have caused it. Definitely not wind, as there is none. We haven't had mice in over a year at this point. Used to have a bad mice issue. And even if we did, the force in which it was knocked. There's no way something as small as a mouse could do that. First incident, the next about 3 to 5 days later. My sister is upstairs in our living room that's closer to our backyard, up at 1 a.m. messaging her friend. As she's replying with a voice message we actually have saved, she heard a loud thump/ball noise, almost as if a ping pong ball had bounced off something, but a bit louder. Just random noise coming from a section of the room where she claims nothing fell to have made a noise. Third incident, my mom tells me a few days later she was up at 5 a.m. and heard loud thump noises from my room. She claimed it sounded like I was going up the stairs. I was not even home that morning or night she heard it, as I stayed at my girlfriend's house. So I'm starting to think, is there some kind of ghost or something that makes this stuff happen? Or what's going on? Because I remembered this started happening the day after the hospital visit. Fourth incident. I was upstairs in my sister's room with my cat and I was just playing with him. And out of nowhere, something behind me, a window ledge that you place on top as a decor for looks, had slid and fell back. It's approximately 6 to 7 feet tall and it was placed against the wall. And my sister claims the way it was placed, no way it could have fell without it getting pushed. As it had about a 65 to 70 degree angle towards the wall, gravity definitely would keep it stable from falling back. So at this point I'm like, okay, what's going on? Nope, not done yet. Fifth incident. I'm at my girlfriend's house and my sister is texting me at 12:30 a.m. or some super late time. She sends me a video of my kitten being super weird and staring off into a certain part of the living room. Same one she heard the noise. She sends another video, and this is where it gets spooky. Asher lays down, and as soon as he starts looking away, the noise is heard again. And even Asher heard it, as it scared him and made him look toward the direction of the ceiling, or corner of the wall where it seemed to have come from. So now, I'm like, okay, something weird is up. The last incident that happened probably about a month ago, I was laying sleeping in bed, and above me there's this Joker wooden framed picture that's placed directly center of my bed, about 6 to 10 inches above my head, and 2 or 3 inches away from where my head rests. I woke up the next day with the picture, which is roughly 1.5 feet in width and 2 feet in height, was directly next to my bed in between the cat tower I have and the bed, and it was upside down. Since then, nothing unusual has happened besides the garage item falling again. But something was placed above it, and we think it had something to do with it, unlike last time. My kitten also acts crazy around 12 to 1 a.m, but it's normal from what Google says. But these incidents are freaky, and I have the sound recordings for both and the videos as well of my kitten. December 18th, 2021. My sister was recording my kitten acting very weird and sketched out around 10:30 p.m. as I was showering. She recorded another thump/ball falling kind of noise right around Asher looking up at the ceiling, towards the same direction we caught him in the second video. My sister did not even realise the noise until I pointed it out, as it made me actually say, what the fuck? Then she started freaking out too, as she claimed she didn't recognise hearing that as she recorded. This is kind of becoming a bit weird for me, but I'll still believe it can be scientifically proven. Just odd. My house, after living for 18 to 19 years in it, never made noises before. And before claiming temperatures drop can cause pipes to make noises, keep in mind it's December, yet somehow the weather here is still somewhat warm. Last week, we had 70-degree Fahrenheit weather, and 50 tornadoes touched down across a few states at the same time. I haven't really spoken to anyone about this, other than my boyfriend and his brother. His brother gave off the impression he thought I was crazy and laughed it off, so I've not said anything to anyone since. It's been driving me crazy ever since I saw it. This happened in March 2021. Where I live in England, there's a lot of countryside. At the time it happened, I was driving down a small country road that was parallel to a main road. Just a large field, and bush on the other side next to the main road to separate them. I was talking to my boyfriend and I noticed this very tall human-like figure at the side of the road. It was extremely skinny, like it was skin on bones and nothing else. Didn't appear to have clothes on, pale skin. It looked really unhealthy. I don't really see its face, but from the quick glance I got it looked like it had an indistinguishable facial features, like it was blurred on a Photoshop app. It crossed the road into the field in front of me extremely quickly, and then disappeared into an open field. I slowed right down and looked back into the field. It was mid-evening, so it was getting dark, but enough that you could still see. There was nothing it could have hid behind. The grass was too short to hide in, and there was no way any human could have ran the entire length of that field to the bush on the other side in such a short amount of time. It was just vanished into thin air. My boyfriend told me to stop the car, but I was terrified and everything in me told me to continue driving, so I never stopped to check it out. Not sure whether that was a mistake or not. I don't know why it's terrified me so much. I can't stop thinking about it and it's driving me crazy. I'm searching for an explanation. I know it may be unlikely, but has anyone else seen something like this? If so, any ideas what it was? My only explanation is something paranormal. If it were human, how did it just vanish like that? I really hope this is allowed. I'm really sorry if it isn't. We often go to the Cottonwood Disc Golf Course to eat and play, as it's been a very comfortable, convenient place to do so. But within the past month or so, we've experienced a lot of weird and scary things that make us not want to go back alone. The first thing we both experienced was honestly the most terrifying night of my life. We went to some park to eat some calzones and relax. However, the area, although lit normally, seemed darker than usual and 100% silent. My partner then felt very, very odd and watched, and locked the doors without saying a word. Eventually, they spotted some kind of fabric in the right mirror outside the car, flapping around. Feeling immediately unsettled, they tried to focus on other things. I was oblivious to the entirety of this until I saw the same piece of fabric flapping outside as well, and having a wave of intense dread and unease washed over me. Without questioning a thing, we drove away as fast as we could. The feeling didn't leave until the next morning though, and we drove for multiple hours to try and avoid it, even driving close to downtown, which was the only thing that made it feel even slightly better, until we left the area again. We felt watched within our bedroom the entire night afterwards. Eventually, while thinking about the experience, they got what they described as a flash of the creature's life, and were too frightened to describe it. A couple weeks later, after calming down from the adventure, I had seen a very tall, pale yet dark-skinned creature, almost as if it were oily. It had long arms and looked somehow rough. It's difficult to explain. I too got a flash of its face while driving away, which was highly unsettling, but my partner didn't seem to notice. So I kept quiet about the whole thing, and just tonight, while disc golfing, they saw some sort of long-armed humanoid watching us from the darkness of the woods surrounding us. A pale face with dark eyes, a wide mouth that could be understood as smiling, with bits of skin connecting the top and bottom lips, and a rough but oily complexion. We're mostly posting this to find out information on it, as nothing we've seen has matched our description exactly, and we want to know if anyone else has seen something at this park, or has had similar experiences. So, I guess it started to begin sometime back in June, right before graduation. As most people are, I was happily awaiting the day I'd finally be out of school. I was eager and excited. But I guess something seemed that and lashed onto me. It was the week before graduation when I started to feel an extremely negative energy coming directly from a specific corner of my closet. My closet is one of the types where it's two white folding doors that you slide open. I was just up watching YouTube that night when it just felt like kind of like I was being watched. It didn't take long for me to realize where this feeling was coming from. The corner of my closet with a vent. Now, I'm no idiot. I know we sometimes feel like we're being watched even though there's nothing there. But this felt absolutely different. You know the scenes in that film Insidious where Dalton falls off the ladder in the dark attic and stares at the furnace? Or the scene where Elise is staring at the corner of the ceiling at the demon and no one else can see it? That's what it felt like. It wasn't just the occasional feeling of being watched. It was the feeling of, if I look away, something is going to pounce from that corner and eat me alive. The presence felt threatening. So I took some sage and smudged my room. But even then, I didn't feel safe enough to sleep until the sun rose. But I had an even worse experience the next day. I typically kept my closet open, and because it made me feel more comfortable, but that changed after this. It was around 2 p.m. when I was just watching a movie our teacher had on in Zoom, when I sensed movement out of the corner of my eye. I looked over and saw what looked like an old woman crawling along the top shelf of my closet. The apparition lasted only for a split second, but it scared the living shit out of me. It wasn't like how they say in those type of stories. She wasn't transparent. She wasn't a shadow. She looked like a living, real and breathing person crawling at an impossible speed. But despite the fact that it felt like my soul left and was halfway to hell already after seeing that, I'm willing to admit that it could have just been from my exhaustion from school and the 1 hour sleep. But ever since graduation, I felt like something is watching me at night. I can feel its eyes on me as I sleep. And like always, it's never just the feeling of being watched. It always feels directly threatening. Not a night has gone by once then in my room where I don't feel someone or something is standing right above me as I sleep, watching me, threatening me. For the longest time, that's all it was. But I kept feeling like I was going insane. But I know I'm not. I sleep alone at my mom's house, and I'm perfectly fine. I feel alone. But it started to get worse when it felt like something started to touch me when I tried to sleep. It starts with the feeling of being gazed upon like prey. Then as I start to ignore it, it feels like hands slowly gliding down my blanket. The first time it happened, I jumped out of bed thinking someone broke in, only to find my room completely empty. Then it started vocalizing, I think. The first time I heard it was back in August when it sounded like an older man sighed at the foot of my bed. I didn't dare go back to sleep. The second time it sounded like a woman gasping, and the third time it sounded like an old man imitating a puppy's yip right in my ear. I also feel like I could hear rummaging in my room at night. Occasionally it sounds like a bag is being moved or something. I've dreaded going to sleep every night, so I started bringing my dog Bugsy to bed with me, and it seemed to make activity disappear for about a week. I distinctly remember cuddling up to Bugsy one night, but I couldn't fall asleep because I felt Bugsy pitter-patter on the foot of my bed. It started imitating my dog. That was its new thing for a while, the feeling of dog feet walking around my legs. Then I would start hearing Bugsy bark in the rooms he wasn't in. Same for my dog Shadow. And it was around this time when Shadow died in his sleep from a random heart attack completely out of nowhere. And I'm terrified that it was a direct threat to me, killing my precious angel for no reason but to threaten me. Then it started to threaten Bugsy. Every night starting after Shadow's death in October, he'd growl at the closet. This happened for about 2 weeks, until it evolved into Bugsy full-on snarling at the closet like it was taunting them. The most recent activity was tonight. That's why I'm writing this. I felt the eyes, the threatening purpose. I felt the satanic was running down my back and up my neck all night. I need help. I need to know what this is and how to get rid of it. Or I fear what I'm doing Leave my dog, Bugsy, and me. This happened to me a couple years ago, but at dinner last night my parents and I talked about it again. Growing up, our house felt dark. Because of the placements of the windows, not much sun would shine in. Other than that, it was a normal home. There were little things here and there that were odd though. There was a room at the end of the hall that my best friend and I would have our sleepovers in, like a second family room that was connected to the kitchen. We would be up giggling late at night, and we would hear what sounded like the cupboard shutting. Since that family room didn't have a door and it was closer to the kitchen, I always made her sleep closest to it. Terrible, I know, lol. Also, in the middle of the night, I would hear what sounded like someone running alongside the length of our roof. My mother also heard this. I always told myself that someone was doing parkour in our neighbourhood, and that would put me at ease enough to forget about the noise and fall asleep. Once, my younger sister said she woke up one night and there was a little girl with a scary face in her doorway. We didn't believe her much. When I was 19, I moved into that room at the end of the kitchen. More independence as it was far away from the other side of the house with all the bedrooms. Sleeping in that room, I would feel like something was in the corner sometimes, in the shadows, watching me. Since it didn't have a door, I used to use those wooden room splitters that people change behind. One night, I'm on my phone under the covers in the dark, and I hear what sounds like someone throw themselves to the floor. I sat straight up in the dark and called out to my sister, assuming it might have been her. We had no dogs or pets, and even though it was out of character for my sister to do something like that, this was my first and only assumption as to what made that noise. As I sat in bed, my eyes adjusting to the dark, I heard that thing start crawling on the carpet and go under my bed, hitting my shoeboxes underneath. When I tell you I leaped out of bed and ran to go get my dad, he came to my room all half asleep, laid on my bed, told me there was nothing there and went back to his room. I sat on my desk across the room from my bed, staring at the space underneath my bed. Even at 19, there was no way I was looking under there. And what? Be confronted with a monster so hideous and so traumatizing? Growing up on paranormal and horror films, my imagination really was my own enemy at this point. After what felt like hours, I told myself I had managed the whole thing. And knowing I had to get up for school in 2 hours, I laid back down in bed. As I got comfortable on my back, my bed began to breathe. The mattress beneath me rose a bit and sank a little bit. Rose and sank. I just stared at the ceiling in the dark, trying to calm my breathing and keep my heart from exploding out my ears. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke up the next morning feeling fine. I never felt that watchful feeling again. It's as if that thing crawled back home from a portal underneath my bed. After a couple of days, I finally lifted my bed up to check underneath, and all my shoeboxes were perfectly aligned how I left them. I told my parents what happened, and they said I had dreamed the whole thing. It was a very short dream about a week ago, but it stuck with me since because of how vivid and real it was. I dreamed I was building a wall in Germany. Right before I woke up, I saw the word Wehrmacht written on the side of a truck. I was building a wall or structure thing I'd never seen before. Then, I was hit by artillery and died quickly. I was pouring cement into a mould to make a weird block-looking thing. Normally, I wouldn't really think twice about this, but it was so vivid I figured, I'll look into it. I didn't know this before the dream and wasn't familiar with it before. Maybe I saw it on the History Channel or something in the past, but never something I studied or researched in the slightest. I just thought they were called Nazis, the German army, Axis powers, etc. I didn't know they were specifically called the Wehrmacht. Here's where it gets weird. When I was researching this, I found something called the Siegfried line. This is such a small detail that I'm almost positive I'd never heard of it before. So, I had a dream I was in the German army I'd never heard of called the Wehrmacht, working on a very specific defense mission for the German army, before getting hit with a shell and dying on the spot. I'm a very skeptical person and still trying to wrap my head around this. It sounds ridiculous, but it was like seeing a part of my past life. I think we're reincarnated, or consciousness, in a sense, gets recycled, and we are born from multiple consciousnesses from multiple people. Like we're a mix of several past lives or something. Again, I'd never even consider this unless it had happened to me and been so profound. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, my sisters and I used to share a room. Most nights my older sister and I would see two distinct figures. She would see a lady in white standing in the doorway, directly in front of my bed. I would see a man with red eyes, or at least I thought it was a man, as all I could see were red eyes. Though my sister could see the lady, she said she never spoke to her. She just stood there getting closer every night. While I, on the other hand, would see a pair of bright red eyes staring at me from the closet. A disembodied masculine voice would whisper, "JJ, come to the closet and play," over and over. Sometimes my older sister and I would jump in each other's beds and hide under the blankets until morning. This was going on for months, until my dad decided to get the house blessed again. We never saw them after that. I'm 24 now, and my wife and I recently had a baby. I've been having weird dreams recently. They would always start with me standing in my son's room, staring at the closet, and the familiar set of red eyes would stare back at me. My most recent dream, he actually spoke, his voice a lot deeper and booming than I remember. "You didn't come play with me, but your son may be the one to play," he said before I woke up. I called my dad and told him about the whole thing. He told me he remembers me telling him about that man years before, but just then, he went silent for about 5 minutes. When he spoke again, he recounted seeing the same figure as a child. He also told me he remembered having the same dream after I was born. I've blessed my house twice already, but I can only protect my son so much. I really, really hope that he doesn't go play in the closet. I may never see him again. When I was 27, my mom and I got into a car accident. I remember the moment of impact and the dreaming of my mom walking away from me. I ran to catch up with her, and she turned and said, "No, don't follow me," and kept walking. After a moment's pause, I started to follow again, and she turned around again and said, "Ian, don't follow me. Your daughter needs you." I was confused because I had no children and asked her what she meant. But she just continued to walk away. I wanted to follow her. I felt like I was being pulled towards her, but I stayed where I was. My next memory is of waking up in the hospital. Apparently, I'd been seriously injured. My heart had stopped in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and no one knew if I was going to pull through for several days. I asked if my mom was okay, and was told she died almost instantly upon impact. I chose not to tell anyone about my dream, but I did have a nagging feeling about what my mom had said about my daughter, so I asked my girlfriend, now my wife, to take a pregnancy test, which was positive. My daughter is 6 years old now. Her middle name is my mom's name. Since she was a baby, it seemed like she was seeing someone who wasn't there. She would look over my shoulder and her eyes would fixate on something. She'd react as if someone was interacting with her, reaching out to them, smiling or giggling at them, crawling towards them. We thought it was normal baby stuff until our son came along and didn't do anything like that. She learned the word nana despite none of us remembering teaching it to her, as my wife's mom is grandma, not Nana. Recently, I was going through a family photo album my dad had given me to scan the photos, and she pointed to a photo of my mom and said, "That's Nana." I started telling her about my mom and mentioned she'd never met her, but my daughter disagreed. She'd said she'd talked to her Nana, but couldn't remember when. She did remember that her Nana told her a funny story about how I fell into a river when I was 9, and recounted it in the same way my mom used to tell the story. I know all of these things can somewhat be explained away rationally. Brains can do some wacky things during traumatic experiences and after head injuries. It's possible I'd subconsciously noticed my wife's pregnancy symptoms and that came out in my dream. Kids have vivid imaginations. Maybe someone told my daughter the story and forgot about it. But I like to think my mom really did save me from dying that day and is watching over us. I like to think that at least my daughter didn't miss out on meeting my mom. It's comforting, feeling like maybe she's still out there. My dad told me he was going back to his country for a month. He had some business stuff to do, and then he'll be back. I mean, it was pretty normal of him to do this. He'd go every few years or so to handle business matters with his family. He called me on the way to the airport and said he will call after he lands there. I had been struggling mentally due to the pandemic and losing my job. He knew this, and so he was calling about once a week or so to check in on me. After a couple of weeks of him being away, he tried calling me non-stop for a few days in a row. I didn't answer. I was super depressed and just didn't want to talk to anyone. Then, a week or so passes, and I get a message from my uncle that my dad has COVID, so he can't board his flight that was the following week. At this point, we were getting videos, pictures, and messages from my uncle of his condition. I've never seen my dad in a hospital before. And here he was in a hospital gown. About 2.5 more weeks passed. They were updating us the entire time about his condition. It got worse, then got better. Then they said they were releasing him home because he was a lot better. I was skeptical, but okay nonetheless. I was happy. But about a week before he was released home, something I couldn't shake. I had a premonition. I'd gotten a phone call, a man's voice telling me my dad passed and a woman screaming in the background, and I was just in shock. So now, going back to the parts when he came home and we got the news that he was getting better, I thought, oh, it's just your anxiety again. He's not going to die. The premonition was a lie. But 2 days passed, and guess what? I got the phone call, with the man's voice saying your dad has passed away. It was my cousin. I heard the screams in the background. It was my aunt. Just exactly how I had imagined or daydreamed of. I mean, I was awake when I had the premonition. That's kind of what it felt like. A daydream. And my cousin and aunt weren't the people who were in the house with him. They lived about 30 miles away. My relatives in the house had been trying to call me but couldn't get through. So they told my cousin to call me and give me the news. He passed away tragically at the age of 25, due to a drunk driver hitting us almost 4 years ago. He gives me messages that I know it's him. This is one example. I was having such a hard time with his death and everything in my life last year during the beginning of COVID. I tried to join a giveaway for a reading from a medium online and was so desperate to have that reading so I could communicate with him, but I didn't win. I was so bummed, and that made me go into a deeper depression. I was so mad that I couldn't communicate with him that way. Later on that week, I ordered a tuna Subway sandwich and a breakfast sub with veggies and eggs. I ate half of each and went to take a nap. I woke up, got up to use the restroom, and turned on the TV. Then was about to eat the other half of both sandwiches. I kid you not, they were both still whole. Like I had never touched them or eaten them. I jumped and took them out of the wrap and turned on every light, lamp in my apartment, even my closet lights. I knew I ate half of both of them. I mean, my stomach was still kind of full. I only took a 2-hour nap and woke back up to eat the rest. No one else was in the apartment. I lived alone with my toddler and she was away with her grandma for a few days. So just me, and I had no visitors for weeks, maybe months at this point. It was like he was telling me that he was there and I didn't need to contact a psychic to talk to him. He's been there all along. It was comforting and freaky and hilarious all at once. Oh, and how did I know it was him and not someone else's ghost? He passed away in front of a subway. In my early childhood, my family and I lived in an old 2-story farmhouse in rural Illinois. The first time I saw it, I remember getting up early to watch Saturday morning cartoons. As I started down the stairs, a dark silhouette that was vaguely man-shaped passed by the bottom of the stairs. It had the look of oily, blackish grey smoke. No eyes or features, just the loose shape of a man. Frightened, I ran back to my room and hid under my covers until I fell back asleep. When I awoke, I tried going downstairs again. This time, it was on the stairs coming up. Again, I ran and hid in my bed. This time, it followed me into my room. I remember that to look at it was like being drawn into it and just froze in terror. I must have passed out. I don't remember what happened after it came into my room, and I got a good look at it. Not a pleasant experience. I wouldn't recommend it. I can't imagine not having told my parents about the black ghost, but they must have not believed me. At no point in any of this did any adult do anything about it, or acknowledge it. Because years later, when I was in my 30s, I asked Mom if she remembers me talking about it, and she didn't. It went on from that first encounter when I was maybe 5 or 6, up until we moved out of the house when I was 9. I do wonder how someone could miss the fact that their kid is spooked the fuck out all the time though. For years, if I was out in the yard playing by myself, there was a good chance the shadow was going to fuck my day up. It would just be behind me. If I turned around and looked behind me, it would be there. It would not often wander into my field of vision. I had to look at it. It did things to get my attention, like throwing sand or making noise. Sometimes it spoke, but not with a voice. I just kind of knew what it was saying. I would speak to it when I knew it was behind me. I stopped doing that when I asked who it was. The shadow told me it was me. I didn't like that at the time. All but once these incidents happened in broad daylight. Once, I was looking out the window and saw it come out of the barn at night. The only other thing of note is that I once lost a whole year when I was looking at the stars one night. I'll tell that another time. All the shadow incidents stopped when we moved from that house. I sometimes consider going back and trying to contact it, just to see what the hell it wanted. One of the first things I've noticed is the thing's ability to mimic voices and other sounds. The best example that comes to mind is an incident that took place once when I was home alone. I went to my office to get some paper when I started hearing footsteps and banging cabinets in the kitchen, down the hall. It was so distinct and loud that I actually thought someone broke in, and I grabbed a letter opener to defend myself. When I investigated, no one was in the kitchen. However, I thought I saw a black figure standing on my stair landing as I walked by, peering around the banister at me. A similar incident took place a few months ago. I was trying to go to sleep in my bedroom downstairs when I suddenly heard the doors upstairs slamming open and shut. My room seems to be especially active, The TV in the room often turns on and off on its own, and the picture frames I have hanging on the wall occasionally rock back and forth in the night. The thing often mimics my daughter's voices. As I was getting ready one morning, I heard a voice that sounded like my eldest coming from my closet, saying, "Hey Mom." This is just one of several incidents. I also tend to hear scratching and breathing noises coming from the closet at night. The thing in the house also moves things around when I'm not looking. I heard a crash coming from my office one night, and when my daughter and I walked in to investigate, we saw that a few books had been tossed off by a shelf, landing farther away than they would have if they'd simply fallen. I also had my metronome moved quietly off of my piano and onto the floor several feet away. Finally, there was one especially jarring incident where I thought I saw the thing in the house. I was outside grilling dinner in the yard, and I decided to turn around and glance through my downstairs window. Something in me just told me to look. I swear that in the window, I saw this emaciated, skeletal-looking entity. It couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall, but it was looking out the window, right back at me. Honestly, I'm at a loss. I have no idea what the thing in my house is. I know some of the information must sound contrived and ridiculous, but I swear it's all true. My 2 young adult daughters, who are both skeptics, also believe something is in the house. They both have told me that they hear the mimicked voices and crashing sounds too. I live in a super rural area and walk my dog outside in the dark every night. Tonight, I was walking her later than usual, and things felt very off. First, we went outside and I walked no more than 2 feet away from the door and felt something wet under my foot. I checked my shoes and there was a slug. It didn't look like a normal slug, but I don't know what else to call it, just in the middle of my shoe. I have no clue how it got there because I knew it wasn't there when I put them on. As I'm trying to figure out what the hell is in my shoes, my dog starts freaking out and growling at the house across the street. She doesn't do this somewhat commonly because they have dogs that attacked her once, so I didn't think much of it and went inside to get her another pair of shoes. I walked back outside and was immediately struck with the feeling that something was wrong. The first time I was out, I heard weird, quiet music, but just thought the neighbours were playing something. This time, the music was gone, but there was this incessant, high-pitched shriek periodically. Me and my dog literally stopped. I just stopped and stood for like a minute listening. There was this periodic shriek and then this other sound, like a high-pitched bark. Definitely not a fox. I know that sound, and none of the dogs in the area bark like that. Every now and again. The worst part is that everything was silent. If you live in the country, you know it's never silent, not even in the winter. I took a recording on my phone of the noises, but they weren't super loud, so it didn't pick them up very well. So I'm feeling a little weird, but I get scared easily. So I tried to brush it off and let my dog go at the bathroom. As soon as I stop the recording, my dog starts flipping out, hackles raised, growling, barking, and jumping at something behind us in the yard. She didn't have to tell me twice, so we ran to the door and inside my house. I shut the door behind us and immediately felt relief. I felt like I was being chased trying to get to the door. My dog ran around the house and did a check out of the windows to make sure everything was clear, I guess, and went to bed. I don't know what happened, but it scared the shit out of me. I'm just hoping I'm being paranoid. My father was friends with a man who owned a house that was built close to a rock cliff. I used to go with him to visit beginning at age 8 or 9, and of course would inevitably go near the cliff and stare down and across. It was 77 feet from the top of the cliff to a rock floor, that a large pond lay about 30 feet beyond. If you stood at the top of the cliff looking directly across, there was another cliff of equal height and equal distance from the bottom, 70 to 77 feet. Except at the bottom of that cliff was just the large pond, no rock floor. For added effect, a 2-man metal gondola connected to a steel cable and pulley system was installed to allow crossing to the other cliff, with the pond 70-some feet below. I wanted to cross it, but both Dad's friend and Dad said it hadn't been used or maintained in years, and most likely wasn't safe. At age 18, I revisited the spots with a female acquaintance I'd known for some time. Snow was everywhere, and the pond was moving slowly, filled with ice chunks. Scenic. The remnants of the gondola were gone. A decision at some point to remove it. We sat down near the edge of the cliff, and I began to tell the gondola story, pointing, gesturing, and trying to be clever. While talking, I looked to my right and saw a long, thick piece of metal protruding from the cliffside with a 5-foot piece of cable still attached, left over from the gondola. It had been an anchor bolt driven 5 feet deep into the solid rock cliff. I knew why it was still there, because I remember my dad and his friend attempting to remove it, or move it, and it wouldn't budge. I decided to demonstrate. I got up and got a firm grip. I yanked once, and the steel rod came out completely. Unfortunately, my weight was leaning backwards, and I went off the cliff. The moment my feet went airborne, my first thought was, I can't fall almost 80 feet and land on my back on a rock. Somehow, I was able to flip over in midair without touching anything, and was now facing forward, but had not yet dropped. But I then immediately did start to fall, which meant I defied gravity. The cliff wall was completely vertical. My feet came into contact with the cliff wall and I ran. Not fell, but ran down the vertical rock, maintaining perfect posture and incredible speed. Again, gravity should have smashed me into the ground. It didn't. The ground was nearing quickly. Instead of my ankles breaking when coming in contact, I continued to run at the same speed off the cliff and onto the rock floor. Now looking horizontal, I couldn't slow down or stop. My legs felt like a detached machine that I couldn't stop still moving at an inhuman speed. I was headed straight toward the pond. I'd accepted it and said, so be it. With one foot in the grave left before the pond took over, my legs locked and stopped. My inertia, being what it was, didn't stop my upper torso, which leaned out over the water while my legs stayed locked into position. I slowly brought my upper torso in with my legs. I just stood there. I wasn't even out of breath, but my heart was pounding. I turned around and saw my friend looking down at me, unblinking and mouth agape. What I'd just done shouldn't have happened, but it did. The ride home was quiet for several seconds until I said, how did that happen? I laughed and said, wow. Pause. She said, you're a lucky guy. She didn't look over me. She didn't look at me when I took her home. She never looked at me again. I think she assigned what she witnessed me do as evil. Agreed, my body shouldn't have been able to defy gravity, but it did. I assign it as neither good nor evil, but whatever it was, it can't be medically detected. I spent my summers until 16 in Texas. I returned with my wife at age 24 for a visit with my family. I was anxious to share with her the different locations I'd grown up with. The year was 1979. After a full day of visiting old haunts, no pun intended, we exited a break in a wooded area and were greeted with the sight of the old Winston Hospital. I was familiar with it as it was the place that treated my foot laceration at age 9 and my broken ankle at age 14. Except it was obvious the hospital had long been closed. It hadn't been a new building the 2 times that I'd frequented it, but now it looked large, desolate and creepy. I proceeded to fill my wife in on my time being there. It was approaching dusk. We had a Polaroid one-step camera. I started taking pics. About 4. 3 from the front, opposite side from us, and 1 from the back where we were facing. The photos developed and ejected within 70 seconds. But the camera operators of these instant photos were always instructed not to touch them other than along the neutral white borders, because the photo continued to develop for several minutes after ejection. We stood around for a while, talking, then bagged the completed developed photos and left. The photos were viewed about 1 month later with friends after arriving home. When the hospital photo was revealed, the 3 photos taken in front were perfect. The 1 photo at the back, surprising and creepy. The back of the hospital facing the woods we exited was 6 stories tall and not 1 pane of glass in any. The window openings were evenly spaced on every floor. In the photo, there were now semi-illuminated figures of people-shaped figures in the windows. 2 in some, 3 in a few, 1 in the majority. There was no mistaking their shape. With the exception of a few, all of the windows had an image in it. Floors 3 and 4 had the most. 4 through 6 as well, except all windows only showed a single figure. We were stunned. Our friends made ghost sounds and laughed, and the conversation continued as they rummaged through the remaining photos. My wife and I just looked at each other in stunned silence. After everyone left, we examined the photo again. It was unmistakable. We ruled out camera or lighting faults simply due to the figures. They varied in height and positioning, as people would do it if standing at a window. We'd gotten a ghost photo. My biggest regret? My wife asked me to burn it. Not tear it up and throw it away, but to burn it. She associated the image with evil. I didn't. She continued with her insistence throughout the week, and as she watched, I burnt the photo until it was ashes. Had it been 2021 and not 1979, I would have sent it to Reddit, Polaroid, TikTok, the internet, and all of the now too familiar paranormal shows on the tube. But it wasn't, and I couldn't. But I had it. The ghost photo extraordinaire, and it's gone by my own hand. I've always believed in ghosts, like my whole life. I don't think I've ever been afraid of anything weird or unexplainable happening around me, because I feared that it could be a ghost or whatever. But yesterday, I had the weirdest experience of my life, and it left me terrified. So I'd had a pretty rough day. It was the last day of my college term, and I had had someone follow me home. I was a bit spooked, so my boyfriend came round since I was home alone with my dog. Anyways, we're playing with my dog, and then I decide to work on my university application at the dining table. My boyfriend starts to say he's going to go upstairs and snoop around for his Christmas presents. So I push the chair out and run after him, just as a joke thing. My dog stood at the bottom of the stairs, he's not allowed upstairs unless it's bedtime, and waited for us. We start hearing him crying, which is really unusual, so we go downstairs immediately and comfort him. When we go back to the dining table, my heart drops. My living room is open plan. It's a living and dining space with a gap in between. In the gap, there's a big sideboard unit that has pictures of my relatives, some passed on, some still alive. And then I've just put one up on a baby scan of my niece or nephew. The room has a wood floor, and the chairs are pretty heavy. When I go back into the room, the chair I was sitting on is right up against the unit, placed as if someone was sitting on it and looking at the pictures. My boyfriend thought it could be when I stood up to take after him, but we tried it out and the chairs were so heavy, it barely moved. We thought it could have been my dog, but he's too small, and we would have heard the noise of the chair against the floor. We have no explanation for it, and it's so weird that it's against the one place that my relatives' pictures are on. It really creeped me out, and I'm kind of scared to be alone in the house again. It happened the last 2 nights, and I know it's nothing to do with my girlfriend whose home I'm currently at. The item in question is a bodhran. For those who don't know what that is, it's an Irish drum. It was bought by her deceased grandfather before I met her and him. Location is the bedroom. It's situated next to a set of drawers opposite the bed and tucked down the right-hand side up against the wall. It's wedged in well, and on top of some old clothes that have supported it for many months. There is no open window causing a draft anywhere in the house, which could potentially move it either. It was moved the last 2 nights. I only told her this morning, so I know she's not moved it herself. Wednesday night, I was watching a YouTube video on my phone while she slept next to me. After I removed my headset, I heard it scraping against the drawers and rolling towards my side of the bed. There's junk on the floor which, if it happened naturally, it wouldn't have gotten to my side of the bed. I also have my clothes dumped on the floor next to my side of the bed. It came to rest on top of my clothes, so it rolled up on top of them. It made quite a bit of noise as it made its way over. Thursday night, I was tired and fell asleep quickly, and slept through until this morning. When I woke up, I noticed it immediately. I called the girlfriend over to check it out. I didn't move it myself, and she would have seen me or even heard me move it out the bed, as it's not the quietest bed when you adjust your position. It was in the same place as the previous night. It's been placed behind the sofa today, and we're going to see if anything happens again tonight. She is certain that her grandfather is trying to get my attention with all this happening. It's certainly sudden, but confuses me. We never met, as he passed before I met her. I don't get any sinister vibes from this. Just shocked more than anything. I've lived in my apartment for a little over 6 months now, and I'm convinced that there is an entity, possibly poltergeist, living here with my roommate and I. I'll explain some of the more jarring incidents, but there's also been countless little things happen, like things moving, random noises, etc. One morning, I was getting ready for work, went to the bathroom and came back to my room minutes later. I have a storage tote by my bed that I use as a nightstand. Sitting on top of it were my keys, a folded shirt, and a rolling tray with baggies and rolling paper on that. When I entered my room, I saw the lid of the tote flipped over onto the ground, with everything that was on top of it underneath it, positioned exactly as it was when the lid was on the tote. Not as if the lid was lifted and everything fell off in the process and scattered onto the floor. I know the lid was on just minutes ago, because I woke up and grabbed my phone that was sitting on the tote. My roommate was in bed sleeping during this incident. This one freaked me out big time. I was sitting in my living room playing video games and saw a flash drive that was sitting on the TV stand just slowly move towards the edge and fall onto the ground. Roommate and I both saw that happen. That was significant because it was the first time we actually saw something move and didn't just hear it from another room. My mirror broke by falling over on its own while it was propped up against a wall in my room. I never got around to throwing it away though. A few months later, one of the glass shards that was still glued to the frame was removed and fell to the floor. I didn't see this happen, but heard it from outside my room. I've also gone into my room and randomly found small mirror shards on the ground near my bed, which is nowhere near where the mirror sits against the wall broken. I was hanging up clothes in my closet and felt something very cold come around my foot. It wasn't a solid touch, it just felt like energy, but also a very noticeably ice-cold sensation. It was very sudden and scared the fuck out of me. This one sent me running straight out of my room. There were no drafts, door and window were closed, and AC was off. The majority of the activity has happened in my room. I also suspect that this may be a poltergeist that is specifically attached to me, because ever since moving into this apartment, I've had a very unusual, frequent bad luck. Like just really out of the blue bad things happen to me on an almost daily basis. I've never experienced so much bad energy and negativity before in my life. It's not even that I'm unhappy or upset with all of this, but mostly just very perplexed. Me and my husband have always been believers in ghosts, and since moving into our new flat 14 months ago, he hasn't experienced any sleep paralysis or spooky feelings, like something in his room with him. Our old house, he kept having sleep paralysis and never felt alone. I luckily never experienced anything there. Last night, something very strange happened. I woke up to go to the toilet last night, and when I got back into bed, I tossed and turned a couple times. And when I finally got comfy, I was trying to drift off for maybe 5 minutes max. When I felt a little bit frightened, the feeling like someone was watching me, and I felt my arm hair stand up. Then it was like a blanket of cold air covered my body, starting from my legs, then to torso and head. I wasn't under the duvet. As the cold air got to my torso, I felt like quickly batting it with my arm, but I was frozen in fear. As this cold air got to my head, I heard this muffled sound in my right ear. I had earplugs in. It was sort of like a croaky gurgling noise, and then it was gone, and my body started to warm up. Then I opened my eyes as quick as I could, and as wide as I could, and thought, what the fuck was that? This experience lasted less than a minute. I then grabbed my husband and his arm cuddled me back, and he told me he couldn't sleep. I then said, "Do you feel weird?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Did you feel like something was in the room with us?" He said, "Yes." This morning, I told him my experience, and I asked him, did he feel cold? And he said he did. And all his hair stood up, and he had felt something in the room. I've never experienced anything like this before. I'm actually quite excited I experienced it. Is that normal? Recently, my friend and I were recalling unexplained and possibly paranormal experiences we've had in the past. And I remembered this one that I'd pushed out of my mind. Honestly, for good reason. Both of us are believers in the paranormal, but also try to find a scientific and logical answer of what we've experienced before jumping to a paranormal explanation. However, neither of us were able to reach a logical conclusion on what I'm about to describe. Firstly, a bit of backstory. The house I grew up in was in a neighbourhood almost completely surrounded by forest and greenery. While that sounds like it would be tranquil to be around, it was not. Myself and other friends of mine have felt very uneasy walking through those woods, even in the daytime. And not just the usual "I feel like someone's following me" feeling you sometimes get in forests or other areas like that. It felt like someone was watching you from the second you stepped into the woods. My house was on a street extremely close to the forest. It was about a 2-minute walk from my house to the main trail. Off the main trail, you were immediately met by thick forest. There were a few small clearings before the huge open field behind the forest itself, so it would take a long time to fight your way through the large forest before getting there. Very few people would make the trek out there, so I could almost guarantee that every time I went out there, I would be able to enjoy nature in serene isolation. In the warm months of the year, I like to spend my free time walking through the forest, especially in fall when the leaves had all turned orange and red, just before they would start to fall from the trees. This story takes place on one of those fall days. I had been walking through the forest, listening to music with my earbuds in, for at least a couple hours. The last time I had ran into anyone else was around an hour ago, as per usual for my walks. Even though I knew I was probably very alone, apart from various wildlife, I remember still not being able to shake the feeling that someone was very close to me. The sun was also setting, so any sane person would be heading home by now anyways. After walking for a while longer, I decided to eventually start heading back in the direction of the main trail. By this time, the sun was barely still out. It was getting dark pretty fast. I had almost made it to a pretty nice clearing, but there was no way in hell I was going to go there, only to have to walk home in the dark in the forest for hours, especially since I was already very unsettled. As I turned around to head back towards home, I heard a voice muffled by the music playing in my earbuds come from behind me. I had been in very deep thought for a few minutes, so I was a bit startled, but assumed I had accidentally spoken out loud to myself. Before I could even take a couple steps further, I heard someone speak again. Fully aware of my surroundings now, I froze dead in my tracks, my heart pounding as I took my right earbud out and sharply turned around to see who was behind me. I was horrified to see a person standing with their back towards me, looking off in the distance. Everything about them looked so familiar, and it took me a couple seconds to come to the horrifying realization that I was staring into the back of myself. It was wearing my dark navy and white plaid jacket, the black hood of the very hoodie I was wearing, resting on the collar of my jacket. Even my same short, blonde, unkempt hair, with its brassy undertones shining in the last bit of light left from the setting sun. And then it spoke again. It's not too far ahead now, in my voice. My exact voice, cadence, tone, everything. It took me a second to snap out of the paralyzing fear I was in and book it home. I didn't try to speak to whatever it was. I just ran as fast as I could to the main trail and out of the forest. As I ran, I could have sworn I had heard someone chasing me the whole way out of the forest, which might have just been a product of being hyper-aware of my surroundings in my state of fear. But I didn't dare look behind me because I was terrified of what I might have seen when I looked behind my shoulder to check. After nearly tripping on fallen branches and stumps a million times, I tore out of the forest and onto the road adjacent to my street. I kept running until I was on the complete opposite side of the road from the edge of the forest. I turned around, and the only thing I saw were the bushes and branches I pushed through on my way out, springing back into their natural place. I stood there, staring at the forest for a minute, before heading home in fear whatever that was would pop out, but saw nothing. I didn't go back into the woods for some time after that, and almost every returning visit, I brought a friend with me. My friend told me she also had odd experiences in those woods, and so had her sister. They had both seen tall, dark figures standing in the woods when they took walks through the forest together. One of them would see the figure, say nothing about it to the other, and then book it out of the forest together. I'd seen similar figures, but had written it off as me seeing shadows from bigger trees, my mind playing tricks on me, etc. I'd blocked this out of my memory for a long time, until my friend had brought up her strange experiences in the forest, and how she constantly felt uneasy in it. Still to this day, years later, I cannot come up with a rational or scientific explanation for what I saw, and have had little luck looking online for answers too. By far, the craziest thing I've ever experienced. My question is why it's happening. I'm only 20 years old and I still live at home. My family built this house 15 years ago. The first and only family to live in it, so nobody has died within the physical house ever. We do live in the Midwest, so that may say something about the land that the house is built on, but I honestly couldn't say. Pretty much ever since I was a kid and we moved into the house, I've experienced strange occurrences that I can only attribute to being paranormal. My older brother recalls a couple experiences of his own, but we're the only two in the house that seriously believe that they are paranormal occurrences. The earliest I can remember was in the late 2000s, waking up in the middle of the night, seeing what looked like Aztec warriors doing some sort of dance at the end of my bed. I wouldn't say it was sleep paralysis, because I could sit up and move my arms and legs. This went on for about 15 to 20 seconds before I blinked, and they were suddenly gone. When I moved into another room on the ground floor, there were multiple times I would wake up in the middle of the night to hearing harmonica music coming from the living room. On one occasion, when I heard the music, I went out to see what it was and found every light in the house was turned on. On this occasion, my brother also remembers waking up face down on the floor in his room in a plank position, with the lights on, with no memory of getting down there. My latest encounter was when I was working on our computer in the downstairs living room. I was home alone at the time. The rest of the family was out of town. When I heard the door to our stairs go upstairs shut. It startled me, obviously, knowing I'm supposed to be alone, so I just called out, "Who did that?" After a couple seconds, a weird, airy voice that sounded like it was coming from all around me said, "I did." That was the first time I had actually had two-way contact with whatever was messing around in the house. And being alone that night, I went and stayed at a friend's house. A little while ago, I got a call from my brother, who was alone at the house, saying that he was laying in bed in his room watching TV, with the door just barely cracked open. He said that he heard tapping on the door and turned to see fingers tapping on the inside of the door, as if someone was hiding on the other side, grabbing the side of the door with their hand. When he got up to open the door to see who was doing it, the hand disappeared back outside of his room, and he couldn't find anyone or anything in the house. Other small things happen pretty often, like keys or wallets that you know were sitting on the end table, going missing for a half hour, then suddenly reappearing exactly where you left them. Well, honestly, it's a loss. Usually with stuff like this, there's a pattern to the behaviour, where it happens, but what we've witnessed just seems like the most random junk, and for absolutely no reason. I just want to start off by saying I'm 37 years old and I've never experienced anything like this in my life. And I hope to never experience it again. This happened 3 days ago. It was 11:30 at night and I was taking my dog out to go to the bathroom. My boyfriend and I live on about 4 acres of land. We have an overgrown field in the distance. It's somewhat near the house, but not super close. I was carrying one of those spotlight flashlights. It's so powerful that you can see the beam shoot through the night sky. My dog and I were getting close to the field, so I decided to scan it with the flashlight. What I saw next terrified me. I saw this creature walking through the field. It had a human-shaped head, but the eyes were nothing like I had ever seen. They were so big that it took up the majority of its face. They glowed in a way that I had never seen before. It was a piercing glow. I know that flashlights can create a certain type of reflective glow, but this was different. It was almost like the light was shooting out of its eyes. I live in a wooded area, so I have come into contact with many animals at night. This was not the eyes of any animal I've seen. It's weird, because I don't recall seeing a mouth, but that could be because I was so fixated on its abnormally large eyes that I wasn't paying attention to its lower face. Its eyes had this shocked but evil look to them. That expression really stood out to me because it was so eerie. Now let's get to the body. It was somewhat human-shaped, but it had abnormally long extremities. Even though the overgrown field covered some of its body, I could still tell the shape of it. The arms were too long for its body. I checked out how tall the overgrown grass was the next day, and I estimated that the creature was about 6 feet tall. The way it walked terrified me. It was facing me and walking sideways while staring at me. I have to admit, I got so scared that I lowered the flashlight to the ground, but then I got enough nerve to raise it back up after a few seconds. It had made its way down at the field a little bit more, but it was still walking sideways and staring at me with those terrifying eyes. This happened back in 2019 when I went back to my hometown for summer vacation. One night, I dreamed about going on a road trip. In that dream, I was in a car looking outside the window. I saw a black figure behind the bush, appearing and disappearing as the car moved. We stopped by the gas station, but I could still see the black figure staring at me. The feeling was creepy, and it gave me chills down my spine. As the car started to move again, I turned around and saw the black figure right behind us. I was spooked. I suddenly woke up in cold sweats and my body was numb. As soon as I touched the blankets, I felt uneasy. I could feel eyes on me. I slowly looked down towards the bottom of the bed. The black figure I saw in my dream was on the foot of my bed. I tried to scream, but my voice was stuck in my throat. I was too scared, so I slowly pulled up the blanket over me while crying. I covered myself. I dared not move. After a while, I heard the footsteps. From the bottom of the bed, it slowly went towards the door. As soon as the footsteps left the door, I heard my brother call out my name. He asked where I was going. My mom probably woke up because he was shouting loudly. She asked what he was doing. He said, "I saw sister coming out of her room, slowly walking straight to the bathroom. I called her out, but she didn't answer." At this point, I was terrified and started crying loudly. My legs were all numb because I was on my bed and what my brother saw was the black figure and not me. My mom called out my name. I gathered all my strength, shut my eyes, and started running towards their bed. My brother started shaking and crying when he saw me. He told my mom that he clearly saw me entering the bathroom and me coming out of my bedroom was impossible. We both cried loudly. Dad went to check the bathroom, but nothing was there. To this day, we don't know what it was, but we remembered vividly what we saw that night. So when I was about 13 years old, my dad's British friend got himself a new girlfriend. We'll call her Crazy Anne. She was nuts and possibly on a couple of substances. Crazy Anne had 2 children and was living with my dad's friend, so they would constantly come over. Well, one day, when she comes over, she mentions that she works at our local canyon nature preserve and how there's a bunch of really old cabins back there, and she thinks they're haunted. I kind of thought she was full of it because she's pretty off a rocker, so I thought nothing of it. Then a couple of days later on the weekend, she offers to take me and her kids for a hike at the preserve. After a little ways into the hike, sure enough, there is a creepy, decrepit, abandoned farm sitting out there. She says she wants to take pictures to see if she can catch any ghosts. So while she's doing that, I'm looking at the front door of the farmhouse, which is cracked open. I look away for a second and look back, and there's a very angry-looking old man staring at me. I was a bit startled, so I looked away for a split second, and when I looked back, he was gone. I turned to look at Crazy Anne's daughter, who was sitting next to me, looking in the same direction, and before I could say anything, she went, "Did you see that old guy?" And I go, "What did the guy look like?" And I shit you not, she describes this guy to the T. By this point, I'm like, okay, maybe we should continue going on down the trail. So we call for her mom and continue with our hike. As we're going along, I start feeling little pebbles hitting my back, like someone's throwing them at me. I turn around in time to see what looks like a shadow figure duck behind a tree and then peek out at me. Keep in mind it's bright and sunny outside, so I should know what the person looks like very clearly. Crazy Anne and kids are also in front of me. I decided to ignore the shadow figure and keep walking when I feel the pebbles hitting me again, and I turned around to see it again. About this time, Crazy Anne also stops and says, "Oh, I guess the ghosts are playing with you too." And I asked her what she meant, and she said she thinks there's a mischievous child spirit who likes to throw pebbles and play hide and seek with you on the trail. By this point, I'm like, no, and I start hurrying up on the trail. After that, nothing really happened, and we just headed back to my house. Now, I absolutely hate the cold, and I only take cool showers when I absolutely have to, because it helps my hair more than hot or warm water does. Because of this, I avoided the shower for a few days, but eventually my hair started to feel absolutely terrible, so I decided to suck it up and take a cold shower. Only the water stayed hot the whole time, more than 5 minutes, and I know this because I had music playing so I could better keep track of time. My shower took about 10 minutes because of how long I have to keep the conditioner in, and not once did it even show a sign of trying to turn cold. In fact, it was even a little too hot. I didn't think anything of it, figuring that my dad had probably fixed it the night or morning before that. I had my shower around noon. That was until after what I saw when I got out. See, when I got out and left the bathroom, it sounded like someone was still walking in the bathroom itself. And instead of just hearing my feet on the hardwood floor of my living room, I also heard feet on the tile of the bathroom. I turned around and saw a blue, humanish-shaped mist walking away from the shower and towards the door. It then turned into an orb and disappeared. At first, I didn't think anything of it, even with all the stuff that goes down in my house. Later that day, though, my parents also had a shower and reported the same thing. The water stayed hot the whole time, around 20 minutes. When my mom came out of the bathroom, she claimed demon magic, and I remembered the figure I had seen after my shower. You see, I'm a very supernatural person. At least I think that's the best way to explain it. I've been possessed before, and now I do believe that somehow I'm under the protection of whatever it is in my house that has been taken to me. When I told my friend about this, she suggested that I knew I was dreading a cold shower and decided to help keep it warm, and it just extended all the way to now. There is also the fact that I had the door wide open while showering to keep an ear out for my dog, as it was just me and Doggo in the house at that time, and sometimes she likes to get into trouble, so the steam wouldn't have had a chance to gather in the bathroom, so the blue mist couldn't have been the steam. Right now, the water is still warm when taking a shower for a long period of time, yet the water pressure is basically non-existent. Though my dad admitted that that was his fault from when he was screwing around with the pipes trying to fix it before he knew of my experience. My dad now believes that he knows what's wrong with it and is currently trying to fix it as I write this. My mum and I believe that my creature had something to do with the sudden hot water though, and my dad is indifferent. Yet with everything else in my house that would qualify it for a BuzzFeed Unsolved episode, I'm certain that it had to be my creature giving me, and by extension my family, a helping hand. So I live in a very old house and have my whole life. My mom claims that the paranormal have always been in the house, and my dad always said it was bullshit. And I only just started getting paranormal experiences a few years ago. I will put these in order of what I believe is the least to most spooky. First is classical music. My mom claimed that in her old bedroom every night in the early AM, she would hear classical music playing quietly. My house has been renovated and a bigger master bedroom has been built, so I'm now in the old master bedroom. Now as a high school student with sleep problems, I've been up all night a lot, and every time I am, at exactly 4 AM, I have heard classical music start playing quietly, and I always zone out afterwards, so I never notice when it stops. Second, are the shadow people. I've always seen random shadows move around out of the corner of my eye, but I always thought I was just seeing things. Until this one time I was hanging out in my room, and I saw a shadow of a tall man wearing a hat on my wall. I knew it wasn't just the shadow of my ceiling fan, because those shadows tend to stay on the ceiling, and my room light is very soft and dim. So all the shadows that cast in my room are usually very soft. But this shadow was intense and deep black. I also know that it couldn't be coming from outside because my blinds were shut, and they're blackouts. As soon as it seemed that the shadow noticed that I was watching it, it ran off. Thirdly, my family's Ouija board went missing. This is the type of Ouija board that I would call real, because my grandfather carved it. So it wasn't just one of the game ones you can get at Walmart. This happened just when I was planning to use the board to see if I could contact whatever is in my house. It was always kept under my parents' bed, but the day I planned to use it, it disappeared. My parents, my friend and I tore apart the house looking for it, but it was never to be seen again. My dad is actually making me a new one for my 17th birthday, and I will keep a close eye on this one. The last one solidified my belief in demons, because I believe what happened was the work of a demon. So a bit of backstory for this one. I was an edgy child and often said I wanted to die. Untrue. And all my friends were also edgy, so they would ask, "When do you want to die?" And every time I would say something along the lines of, "If I'm not dead by the time I'm 16, I want the devil to drag me down to hell." This happened the night of my 16th birthday in the early AM. I had randomly woken up around 3 AM and I felt sick, so I stood up in case I was going to throw up. But as soon as I stood, I blacked out and came through about an hour later. I was still standing in the same spot, but I was wearing different clothes. A different pyjama set that I only used in the winter, and it was summer, and my room was a mess. My pillows and blankets had been thrown off the bed, my books and pop figures were all over the place, and my cross that I have up was taken down. This could have been something more logical, but I believe it was paranormal. Every day for almost a year since, I've woken up around 4 AM to the feeling of being watched.